Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mays,
Present.
Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Present.
Thank you.
We have 7 present. Reading of disorderly persons, city code subsection. Thank you. Let me correct myself. We have 6 present. Reading of disorderly persons, city code subsection. Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. The next on the agenda is public speaking. Are there any public speakers? Please approach the podium. Ms. Brisbane, could you lower the mic so we can hear you? Thank you, Ms. Brisbane. Ms. Brisbane, the mic, press the button.
Is that better?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
The problem that we discussed on Monday is still going on. I've not been approached by Mr. Herring. The vehicles are still there. Other vehicles in the neighborhood also haven't been removed. I also got a hold of today at 4:15. The conversation between me and Tommy Johnson lasted for approximately 4 minutes. I was again denied a meeting with our mayor to discuss this. My next call was to the ombudsman's office, which they took my complaint also. I will be talking to Christian tomorrow. Ms. Johnson's response to all of this was she can't understand why those vehicles are not being removed. But in accordance, I says, well, I need to get a meeting with the mayor. She said, he's not taking meetings at all right now. What is going on here? Why can't I get a meeting with the mayor at all? I tried 3 times last year dealing with my property that I still can't get combined. This is out of control. My property is still damaged, has ruts in it still. I'm just not understanding what's going on here. Paul has admitted that the mayor's office was not involved. If they're not involved, then why can't the vehicles be removed, which they should have been? I also talked to the safety neighborhood officers today, and they are telling me that that they are not to remove those vehicles according to the mayor's office. What is going on? The law states if they're not running, they're not licensed, they're not insured or tagged, and the tires are flat, shoot, the wiring harness is pulled right out of Paul's car, and he's not doing anything, and he's a city employee. Take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brisbane. Is there anyone else?
Hi, Mark Baldwin. Thanks for hearing me out again today. I want to thank Councilwoman Presley for arranging a meeting with the land bank. I'm hoping you're going to get some collaboration going, and we can speed up cleaning up our city a little bit faster.
Excuse me, Mr. Baldwin. Are you okay with maybe just for talking, moving your mask down so we can hear you clearly?
Yep.
So you won't be
certainly.
muffled. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the excuse. Basically, I'm here today because I'm frustrated with zoning. Zoning is very important for us to move forward. And I'm seeing special interest groups come forth and you give them time over and over and over again. I don't have anything against Pastor Flynn, but I see Pastor Flynn coming up in here and getting money all the time, asking for money, and he's getting a voice. And he's representing for the grocery store, he's representing about 800 people in my last understanding. So, but we have 81,000 people who are being affected by us having old zoning in place. And we really deserve to have that put into place. Now, I just found out that it's being held up not because of the council, but from other sources. And so can you please put some pressure together so we can get this, so we can start moving forward? Say, bam, we don't like it, and dismiss it so we can start over, start a new master plan, and start growing Flint. We lost, last 10 years, we lost 21% of our population. But but we have so much opportunity here if we get a foundation we can grow on. I really said more than I was going to. So you guys know me, I get emotional about this stuff. Thanks for hearing me out. Please, let's fight for our city.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Any more public speakers?
Hi, my name is Derek Hatter. I'm from DNN Development, and
Mr. Hatter, could you speak up just a little, please?
yes, my name is
Thank you.
Derek Hatter from DNN Development. My purpose here today is to bring light to minority contracting in the city of Flint. There are minority contractors out here, and we tend to not be overlooked. And so my purpose is to show that we are here and to be able to maybe somehow connect between the powers that be and the contractors so that we can get Flint moving forward. Oh, I'm also a veteran. I am, but again, I'm passionate about moving Flint forward. Just being a part of that process and getting us moving.
Thank you, Mr. Hatter. Any more public speakers? Any more public speakers? Any more public speakers? It is now time for council response. Are there any council members who would like to respond to the public speakers? Mrs. Jerry Winfrey Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. Ms. Peggy, I will contact you tomorrow. I think I made my statement the other day, and I said that we need to abide by the ordinances. However the ordinances is stated, we need to abide by it. And I will also call the Fifth Ward Neighborhood Safety Officer to find out exactly what's going on. Because, you know, we can't really give special privileges. And we need to do what we need to do to abide by our ordinances. That's why this city has gone wild. And if we're not going to follow the laws, then what are we doing? So I hear what you're saying, and thank you. I am going over my zoning codes and everything for the gentleman there. Thank you for coming forth, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Mrs. Winfrey Carter. Any more council members like to, Councilman Murphy?
Yes, thank you. Once again, thank all the speakers. To the young lady that came and spoke about the issue with Paul Herring, we heard from Paul, and anybody who know Paul is just not sitting here not doing nothing to rectify the situation if there is a situation, because he is a person that tried to do what he can to resolve any kind of situation as long as I've been knowing him. So that's not my experience. I don't live next to him. But he did come before all of us and tell all of us that what he was working on. So I don't believe that he's not trying to comply with any kind of laws that they have on the books. So I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna keep saying it. I need that kind of respond how Paul did when people come. I need to learn that, and he taught me something when he hit this podium. So I support Paul and whatever he's trying to do. He's been working in this community for a long time, and I'm not going to change what I say about that. And I don't think he's intentionally trying to break any kind of laws. On the situation with Mark Baldwin with the zoning, I talked to Suzanne Woodcock about the zonings that is supposed to be coming before City Council. I also had conversation with Jim Richardson on the phone probably a day or two ago. And me and you live in the same neighborhood. And over there where you live on by Marvin, I rode down there the other day and it's blight all over the place. It's a disaster. So I'm looking forward to this presentation with the land bank. I have been in talks. I'm on the board with the land bank. So I hear you, Mark, and not only do I hear you, I live in the same neighborhood with you, and we deal with the same issues.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Any more council members?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley?
I want to correct an erroneous impression. I didn't, Mr. Baldwin, it was the land bank who came to us. I brought this forward as the head of the ARPA committee. So thank you very much for that. I'm thrilled with this proposal, and I'm looking forward for them to share it with the rest of the council in a few minutes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Priestley. Councilman Mays, would you like the floor, sir?
Yeah, thank you. 3 public speakers, Peggy Brisbane Nesbitt, Mr. Baldwin, and then Derek Hatter. Mr. Hatter, I'm also looking at minority contractors, women contractors, local contractors, and, I want them to apply. That happens through the purchasing department. We had a phenomenal success with W.T. Stevenson. I think they got about 31 million in pipe replacement contracts, but then a specific mayor came on board, Mr. Neely, and in my opinion, wrongfully set them down. To me, they was like the Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson of pipe replacement for here in Flint. He still owe them $1 million. He paid Goyette $1 million and ain't paid them. Politics. Who was supporting who? I'd love to talk to you more, and we can put it on an agenda and get more than 2-3 minutes. It's a serious subject for me, particularly as we get ready to go into this blight program. Stay tuned. Mr. Baldwin, I've known you for years. The master plan is out of date. It should have been updated. And then I see people referring to the master plan. Even on the TV just the other day on the news, this young lady who was interviewing with you on an issue referred to the master plan. It's outdated. Every 5 years or so, it should be updated. And people referring to an outdated master plan. I mean, everywhere you look, planning, zoning, the master plan. We'll put that on the agenda as well. Now this bell gonna go off, because I call them the goofy rules. See, in the old days, we can talk back and forth to you. This council never seen that. We're gonna try to fix that, and we'll respond to the public. Ms. Brisbane Nesbitt, people don't hear that they tow up your yard. Now we got a damage claim form that files with the legal department. For the damage to your yard, file a damage claim. Let's see if they settle it and pay for your yard. I know the politics of folks calling the mayor and other folks stopping stuff, because I've done it. That's politics. Mr. Herring, if you hear me, you said before us you would get with her. She just said today you didn't get with her. get with her. I'm unlike Mr. Murphy. I'm gonna listen to you, I'm gonna listen to Mr. Herring, and I'm gonna be somewhere in between. You know my number. Miss Winfrey Carter says she'll deal with it. That's in the 5th Ward. Keep me posted. God bless the residents of the city of Flint.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Councilwoman Herkenroder, you asked for the floor.
Thank you so much for everybody for joining us on this dreary Wednesday. Thank you so much to Mr. Baldwin for, again, bringing up the importance of updating our zoning code. A lot of people don't realize how powerful and how important zoning is and how it can impact not only day-to-day operations, but it's also how we can keep planning for the future. I also was, quite frustrated that we still have not seen the zoning package come before council yet. I do believe that there was an article that mentioned that it was going to be here by the end of March, to my knowledge, and I believe the rest of my council member colleagues would be able to, testify that that didn't happen. So we need to make sure that we have to have all of these, we have to make sure that we have these ordinances in front of us so that we can do the hard work of making sure that the city of Flint is set up for success in the future. Thank you so much for everybody for coming out. Mr. Freeman and the rest of the Land Bank staff, I look forward to listening to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Herkenroder. Thank you. Sorry about that. I am the last one to speak. I want to say thank you to all the public speakers and to my colleagues for their responses. Ms. Brisbane, I hope that your situation gets settled. I know that your councilwoman will be working with you. Mr. Baldwin, the master plan is outdated, way outdated from the 1970s, and it needs some work. And Mr. Derek Hatter, I met with you Sunday. When I left you, I had a homicide in my ward right after I left meeting with you. And it is important to make sure that the process as dollars come into our community, that people, minorities, are represented so that we make sure that it's fair and equitable. Because as we look at this big package to clean up our city with blight, I want to make sure that I see contractors, women, minorities, Black people. We need to make sure it's fair. And that was my purpose of asking you to come so that we can see you are a veteran. And first, thank you for your service to our country, sir. I appreciate that. And we need to make sure that everyone is seen, heard, and has the same ability to apply to get some of the funding, to do some of the work as we improve our city. And we've got a lot of work to do, a lot of work. I believe it's about $45 million worth of work. And we need to make sure that that money doesn't go to just one group of people, but to share it. And you are qualified. And I would like to see other minorities and women. We have women contract. Matter of fact, W.T. Stevens is a female contractor. I would like to see that cleared up for the mayor to clear that part up so that W.T. Stevens can apply for these dollars. Because as long as they are held up and the city hasn't paid them, they're not able to apply. So we've got some things that need to be done, that we need to get past the politics to take care of the business. Mr. Baldwin, a lot of people may not know how much work you do in your community. And you mow, you clean, you keep up your ward. And I commend you on that. And you do a great job. And you're able to bring in people to help you. Please don't give up and don't stop what you're doing. Just make your fight harder. And we will join with you to make sure, because the whole city, we've got work to do. And we have to start to find our common interest instead of focusing on our common differences. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we're going to move on down. We have Special Order 220150, Special Order for Blight, Genesee County Land Bank, City of Flint, a special order as requested by Councilwoman Judith. Do I call you Judy or Judith? I call you Judy. Judy Priestley, to discuss a plan for blight with the Genesee County Land Bank. She's got some great information to share with the public. Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
Mr. Michael Freeman from the Land Bank has a presentation that he'd like to share with us, so I'd like to turn it over to him. Unfortunately, wires got crossed on the audio visual, so there are handouts for everyone.
Just to say, make sure everyone has the proper handouts. I did not have the ones for my ward. I had Ward 4. So make sure on your packets that you have got your ward, which should be the first column, because I had to exchange.
I got 8.
Ward 8.
Ally, I have got, this is yours. Sorry, Mr.
Point of
Freeman.
information.
Not a problem.
Yes,
Why wouldn't we have all of them anyway? I mean, every person should have Ward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I want to look at the same thing everybody else is looking at.
I agree, Councilman Mays. Janelle, is it possible for us to get a copy for each council member so that we can take a look at all of them? So that as we're moving along, we can keep track. You know what? I may have it in,
Madam
I
Chair.
may have it in my, yes, Councilman
Yeah,
Mays.
Madam Chair, and it looked like it might be difficult to do now. Maybe it
We
can
can do
be
later.
done at a later date, but just because I'm in Ward 1, I want to look at the whole city and make sure things are equitable, see what's going on, be aware. So at some time in the future, whatever we do now, I want to make sure that everybody got everybody's ward. Is that fair?
That's more than fair, sir. I agree with you. Thank you, Councilman. Mr.
Madam Chair,
Freeman?
if I may.
Yes.
Am I on?
Is the button down? Paul didn't yell that mic yet.
Am I on now?
Yeah, you
Very
are
good.
on.
Okay, Madam Chair, actually, all of those will be made available to you like comprehensive. I just want to make sure for this meeting that everybody had their own words. Also, every resident in the city of Flint can actually have access to the exact same information if you go on the Flint property portal. And if you put in unfunded demos, every single one of those properties is actually listed. And so anyone in the city can research that as well. So this isn't just something that council will have, but it's actually an open and available document that lists all of the unfunded demos in the city of Flint. So if you just go, you make a map, you say, you put in the parameters of land bank and then unfunded demo, it will populate the entire thing for you. But everybody will have a copy of it.
A point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Councilman Mays, you have the floor.
Through you to the speaker, what about the commercial unfunded demos?
Those are all included. Every property there is actually a blend of commercial and residential properties.
Thank you.
Great.
Would you like to proceed? I know you don't have the audio visual. Are you ready to
Yeah.
proceed?
Yeah, I am ready. Thank you so
Could
much.
you, can wait just a second? I want to make sure. Janelle, are you ready? Okay.
Okay.
We're ready. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I am Michael Freeman. I am here representing the Genesee County Land Bank. And I thank you so much for this opportunity to talk to you all today about an issue that is, quite frankly, an issue that every Flint resident has to deal with. I myself am a Flint resident of the 5th Ward. And so, I look at this problem and this issue through the same lens as every single Flint resident. I will only refer to the master plan on the first slide. And this is something I think that can still hold true, where in the master plan, it does say, imagine thriving in unique neighborhoods free of blight, where longstanding Flint residents partner with their new neighbors to keep the community safe and welcoming to all. So that really frames the entire approach of how we, the vision of what we have for the community and what we would like to see. This is a unique time for Flint, not just for Flint, but across the country, where there's the availability of funds at various levels. It's not just city government, it's county government, it's state government, and the federal government all have resources that are available. Now, we understand that the ARPA money, while it sounds like a lot to cover all the needs in our community, it's definitely not enough. So we can't expect that the city is responsible to pay for all of this issue ourselves, when we actually have at the county, state, and federal level, we have resources available to us. So what I'm coming to you tonight with is a highly leveraged plan for how we can address all of the publicly owned unfunded demos in the city of Flint. Before, when we had the hardest hit fund, we had geographic restrictions. Federal government said you can go here and you can go here, but you can't go here. This time we need to have a better solution, and we have to have something that hits every single neighborhood in the city of Flint, not just the ones that are selectively chosen by the federal government. So that's why a blending of philanthropy dollars with the ARPA money will ensure that we're able to address all of these legacy issues that some of these go back 5, 6, 7 years that need to be dealt with today. So that's really what I'm going to talk to you about, what we've been doing to try and leverage for the city of Flint so that the burden is shared. And actually we went into this hoping that we would at least achieve a dollar for dollar match from city ARPA. But based on the commitments of philanthropy, federal, state, and county government, we've actually come to you tonight with a proposal of leveraging $2 for every $1 invested by the city of Flint. So moving on to the next slide. I was really interested by this. This is the information that we've just had through housing analysis in the city of Flint that I was surprised and impressed with, and where I think about blight as this huge overwhelming issue in the city. But if you really look at the numbers of properties in the city of Flint that are in good or fair condition, it's actually 89% of the city is actually in good or fair condition. Now that 11% is something that stops us. You know, like when you see a smile that has a broken tooth, you don't focus on the pretty teeth, you focus on the broken tooth. And that's what we do in our community as well. So we have an issue of publicly and privately owned properties that need to be resolved, which is this 11%. So moving on to the next slide. All right. So if you look at like the big picture of eliminating all blight in the city, you know, if this recent analysis, and if you look at, it's not only just demolition, but it's mowing and boarding and remove illegal dumping, this bigger issue, the number is really big. You know, it's $154 million. And if you look at the combination of public and privately owned demolition, which is required in the city of Flint, it's $106 million. So the next slide, you actually see this combination of this is what's privately owned. We have 54% of those properties are in bad condition, in poor condition. And then 46% of those poor condition properties are publicly owned. So what I propose today is that we actually come up with a solution for all the publicly owned properties in the city of Flint that we legally have the ability to affect and do something with. Privately owned, and I get asked this all the time, it's like, you know, well, you should go in and you should demo this property. Well, I can't, with real estate rights, I can't just go and demo a property that's privately owned because there would be recourse upon the city and there would be recourse upon us. But we absolutely can do everything, you know, we want to with a publicly owned property. So since we've began, the land bank has demolished 8,400 privately owned properties, publicly owned properties. And we positioned 7,200 of those properties for redevelopment. And so right now what I want to talk about is this next phase of demolition that we can do to hopefully continue to see improvement in our community and in our neighborhoods. So I've heard a lot of people who have estimated how many properties that the land bank has, and they're all over the map with their numbers. Our total aggregate inventory is 14,950 properties. That's in city and county. In the out county, you know, our total portfolio, about 11% of what we own is in the out county, and then 89% is in the city. So in the city of Flint, we have 13,375 properties. And so on this map, which is definitely much more impressive when you see it on a really big screen, and you can see the green properties and the blue properties. The green represent the vacant lots that we have, and the blue dots represent structures that we have. So everyone thinks that of these 13,375 properties that they're all with structures on them. That's actually not the case. If you look at the next slide,
Point
you'll
of
actually see
information,
that.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays, what's your point of information?
Yeah, through you to the speaker, can you repeat what you said about green and blue dots?
Yes. The green dots represent what the land bank currently has, which are vacant properties. And the blue dots represent what the land bank has that have structures on them. So the next slide will actually give you more detail around that. So first, the vacant properties, we have 70% of those 13,375 properties that we have are actually vacant parcels, right? So actually, a majority of what we have in the city is vacant land. Now, the next we have is let me see. We have properties that are potential featured homes. Only about 4% of the properties that come through the foreclosure process are actually considered in good or fair condition. They actually go for resale. So a majority of the inventory that the land bank gets in, by the time that it actually goes through foreclosure, it goes through the auction, it goes through its, all of the processes. By the time it gets to us, foreclosures take place in March, and then properties they don't even reach us really until December. So we don't have the ability to do anything with them until that point. So what we have left is about 21% of our properties are likely demolitions of that number. So at least we're not talking about the scale of the issue being 13,375 properties that need to be demolished. So that number does go down quite a bit. So in the next slide you have, actually shows you which we really consider as the demo candidates. So we have 2,000 properties right now, if the combined list, if we put them all together, that represents our 2,000 that we know right now need to be demolished, because even if we inspected it 3 years ago, if it was a demo candidate now, it's pretty much guaranteed it's a demo candidate today. The thing that we're doing right now, though, is we're actually coming back through the entire inventory. We're looking at all of these properties with structures on them, and we're seeing what has changed. And so of these properties, like I just heard today, that we actually had a good condition property that someone went in and set on fire. And so that automatically would take it from our good inventory and then put that into the demolition category. So we are updating these numbers. And so this is awesome. We'll talk a little bit about property selection and which properties as well later in the presentation. But this just gives you an idea of the geographic disbursement of demolition. And like I said, we're building a program that goes to every neighborhood in the city, and it will not just be in specific areas of the city. So right now, our goal, and when we did the math and looked at, we need to tear down about 2,415 properties. That would be in our total plan of all properties, city and out county. So we have 2,306 residential demos. We have 109 commercial demos that need to take place. Within that number, within the $45.3 million, we're actually putting in an amount of, what's it, $1,000 per property? So it's $1,000 per property. So for in the next 5 years, we can actually pay community groups, like through the Clean and Green program, to take care of these properties for the next 5 years. So it's not just you tear it down and all of a sudden it becomes a field of weeds. These will actually be cared for and maintained, so they will continue to not be a blighting influence in these neighborhoods. So that comes to roughly about $2.4 million that we'll put back into neighborhoods, back into the community where people are actually taking care of these properties. So of this number, where I give you the 2,415, what is the bang for the buck of the city? Within the county-wide program, 94% of all of the demolition will take place in the city, and 94% of the total funding will actually be spent in the city of Flint and not in the out county. So of these partners, even with the county, foundation, state level, federal, they all understand that we are going to do 94% of the work in the city, and they have agreed to that. So moving on next, you actually look at our experience, and this just shows you what we've done of these 8,400 properties that we've demoed in the city of Flint. You can see within the brackets from 2014 to 2020 was actually the activity under the Hardest Hit Grant Program. So we successfully were able to administer $67.5 million worth of demolition resources in the city of Flint, demolishing 4,700 properties within that window of time. So we were able to do that with zero compliance issues. We were using hardest hit funds, which came through Treasury, which are the same funds where ARPA is coming from. So basically, these will be like and very similar programs as well. We've actually even spoken with Ernst & Young and talked to them about our experience in the systems that we had created, which were required when the funds were administered by the Michigan State Housing Development Authority. And so we already have the systems which have been vetted, audited, and approved by Department of Treasury as well. So moving on. This is actually where we're getting some, like the analysis, which I think is really interesting. And I was actually really pretty surprised about it because you hear about population loss and you assume the worst because of population loss, where you have that significant decrease in residents. And then, but look at this trend pattern that we have with housing vacancy. You actually have almost no change between 2017 and 2020, even though we've experienced population loss during that time period, which is a good indicator. This is a good thing that even with population loss, we're actually, we aren't seeing this increase in unoccupied structures in the city. So this is a point for hope. So another thing is that we have our houses in good condition. So I started out the presentation saying we've got 89% of the properties in the city of Flint are in good or fair condition. We actually have, of the good, which is the top tier, we have, look at the increase between 2017 and 2020. We go from 58.73 to 64.01. That's almost a 7% increase over that time period. So, we can probably assume that the demolition, the hardest hit program has helped in the city of Flint. There may be other conditions that have also contributed to that as well. But at least on the positive side, we're seeing that demolition programs can make an impact within the city where we have the surplus housing inventory. People moved away out of the city and then they didn't take their houses with them. So if you look at on the next slide for houses that are next door to vacant and blighted structures, we see with demolition, we see decreases of abandonment of 2.5%. We see increases by 0.25 points, and using the city's metric, that means you actually see per property a 6.4% increase in property conditions. And then also the next one where we see, there are 7,010 households in the city of Flint that have at least one poor or substandard house next door. If you really think about that, if you just say an average household of 3 people living in that, means 21,000 Flint residents sit next to one of these properties every single day. So almost a quarter of our city is dealing with this issue. So it's really no surprise when you do your public listening sessions for ARPA and you're hearing people talk about this is one of their top priorities. We hear this every day at the land bank. We've actually been doing our own surveys and analysis, and we hear the exact same thing. So we do know that this is a big priority, and this is an issue of environmental justice for people to live in neighborhoods that are safe and secure and sanitary. So really, if you look at why do demolition, let's look at some of the positive impacts. They improve health and well-being for residents. They improve overall block conditions. They improve home values of occupied houses within 500 feet by 4.2%. That's tax revenue that the city collects. When we can improve the condition of properties by the demolition and the values increase, then that's a benefit to the city. It reduces rates of mortgage foreclosure of surrounding properties. It makes insurance feasible for at lower rates for adjacent homeowners. That's a big issue too. You talk to people all the time. They can't get insurance because of the blighted, abandoned, or burned out house next door to them. Or if they can get insurance, they're paying an extremely high cost. That is a cost borne upon residents in the city. And if we can remove these eyesores, then we actually have people who will have a financial burden eased upon them. To allow us for adjacent homeowners to expand their property after the demolition is complete. And then most importantly, and you're actually hearing this a lot, it's blight and crime, right? And so basically the reduction or the demolition program will reduce crime, total assaults, gun assaults, and nuisance crimes. And I'm just going to read you something really quick, and it's a piece of research that I read. And it's according to research done in Philadelphia, society returns on investment for the prevention of firearm violence were $79 for every $1 spent on abandoned building remediation and demolition. And given the rise in gun violence, we cannot afford to miss this opportunity to invest in demolition, right? So, moving on. Let's talk about blight priority surveys that we've done. This is just to complement what you all have done as well. So basically, when we've done, in 2021, we did a survey, and basically of the people who responded, we had basically 93.7% of the people who responded said blight is the highest priority. And then we broke that down further around what is the top issue. And, if you picked one thing, and 52.7% of the people who picked one thing picked demolition as being the critical need. And that's followed by building rehabilitation, code enforcement, mowing, illegal dumping, and boarding. So moving on to the next, this is really the substance of the leveraging strategy that we've put together. And this has been numerous meetings that I've been attending, trying to find the best and final of every person at the table, whether it was foundation, county, state, federal. So what we're suggesting right now is that if the city is interested or willing to contribute $16 million towards this program, then we will come up with the other 2/3 of the funding. This will be achieved by county ARPA funding, and they will pay for 18% of it. The Mott Foundation will cover the gap, which is the other $8 million. The Land Bank and the Genesee County Treasurer will come up with 10% of that funding, which is at the $4.5 million. And then we have been receiving these smaller $1 million grants. One we just got through the omnibus package. And then on top of that, we will continue to fundraise as well with EPA, our other environmental partners who we've been successful getting grants from in the past as well. And then the last piece of it, once we all come together, then we actually then will go to the state where they have a $100 million allocation of ARPA dollars. And I reminded the governor when I met with her last that 10% of all, or 90% of all land bank owned property is owned by the Genesee County Land Bank and the Detroit Land Bank. So this as a statewide priority needs to be where their funding goes. And I believe that if we are able to come together with this comprehensive funding package, that the state will be, they will see that this is the gap which is missing, and we will be successful for that. But the land bank will continue to fundraise for that as well. So if you look on the next, this is just the breakdown of the budget for the city of Flint. This would be represented within the resolution that you would consider. And so this, with the $16 million that come through the city of Flint ARPA allocation, it would be for 745 residential demos. It would be for 55 commercial demos. It would be the maintenance of the 800 properties at $1,000 per. And then the project management, which pays for the staff to administer and coordinate this, would be at 5%. Typically, the de minimis amount that you would charge for a grant administration would be 10%. We want to put more money into the demolition. And so the land bank will commit to funding the positions or the remaining administration dollars which are required for this program as well. So moving on, let's talk a little bit about process. Now, I understand like everybody doesn't have the full packet, and maybe that was a save a tree mentality about like, let's just break this down right now, but it's something that we can do digitally or provide to you in any fashion which you desire, that you could see the comprehensive list of all properties. This is the one thing that we've established. Look, we don't choose arbitrarily the demos that we do. We don't just pick and choose like that's a nice neighborhood, this is where we want to do it. It actually was established by a metric which was developed by Flint resident input. So Flint residents told us how to designate what the highest priorities are for demolition. So we use that and we run it through that filter. It might be like proximity to a school. It may be highly visible, highly concentrated areas. There's a number of things which were all selected by City of Flint residents, and then we've created that scoring structure. So that was really done in the event of we never have enough money to do all the work that we need to do, so we have to pick, like the top ones, and then the other ones have to wait. I want to build this scenario where there's no winners and losers, and that, we ideally are getting at all of these properties, and that we may be using the scoring criteria, like let's say if it's a burnout or it's a hazardous structure, that's maybe where we want to go first, because that's where people can get hurt. So this is where we can begin to develop relationships with council members to talk about your wards, what's going on. You know, are we missing properties that we should be considering and entering into this? That we can actually recalibrate this as well. What happens if 6 months into this, we actually have, you know, a number of fires that create dangerous or hazardous structures that weren't before? So there is a little bit, we need to be a little bit fluid that allows, you know, that ability to be fluid is actually a great opportunity for council members to help weigh in and community residents to give us the information that we require to make the decisions that we need to. So this is not a hard set, like I've given you a list and this is all we're doing right now. This is the list that we know in your ward that we have as the unfunded demos. But like I said, we have inspectors, we're going to send them out. If you report to us that you have additional properties in your area that are not on our list as being an unfunded demo, then we will go ahead and have the inspectors go out and we will have them ranked, prioritized, and put into this as well. Another thing will be, once, you know, we do get this program up and running, I'd like to have a real-time online resource where any resident in the city of Flint can actually see the demolition status of a property. Is it under contract? Has it been demolished? Will it be demolished this summer? You know, what is the schedule of that? Because, you know, the way we did hardest hit was we ran through the city like a typewriter. You know, we kind of worked through these on a demo in clusters, because when you have contractors now zipping all over the city from one side to the other, you've got fuel costs, you've got increased costs associated with that. And it's easier when we can actually have deployment within a specific geographic area. But there again, you know, I have a priority. I want to deal with the burnouts and the hazardous structures too. And so that's really critical. And so that's might be a place that we go to first if there are all these emergencies. So let me see. So that basically is the long and short of my presentation and how we intend on doing this. And, you know, I'd love to have feedback from you to let us know, you know, are there additional questions that you have, implementation? We have the systems. And right now, you know, if we can come together with this funding package, and as soon as the city gives us the okay, and then I can tell every other partner who said, you know, their commitment to this, they said, is the city of Flint on board? And if the city of Flint is on board, we are on board, and this is our amount. The one issue that I have is that everybody is trying to make funding decisions, right? County is trying to figure out how to spend their ARPA dollars. Mott Foundation has their new allocation. They have to spend a specific amount of money and can't just sequester that money. So they have to commit. Like, everybody has to commit now. And so we're trying to move quickly, and I don't want people to feel pressured that they have to make a decision now, but I feel definitely very pressured because I don't want to lose a single one of these funding commitments. Because getting a 2-to-1 ratio, it really exceeded my expectation of what we were able to achieve. And in my mind, this just means we have more art. We can get the same impact for a lot less money. That means a lot of deserving projects in our community can receive those ARPA dollars that they're requesting. So I'll open this up for any questions at this point. Oh, I'm sorry too. I should have introduced my staff. I'm terrible at introductions.
Please do it now.
Yeah. So I've got-
That's kind of real important.
and I know, but they were here and they have to suffer through me every single day, so they deserve some recognition. So I've got Faith Finholm. She's my grant manager at the Land Bank, and she manages our entire demolition program. I have Susan Stravato here, and she actually is my CFO of the organization. And then I have Alexandria Riley, who is my director of sales and development. And they may actually, if there are questions that are outside of my bandwidth, they might actually come to help support me a little bit.
All right, thank you. Are there any council members who would like to ask Mr.
Yeah.
Freeman some questions?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you so much for coming and doing this presentation. I've been talking to you guys behind closed doors on work on a plan. What I'm concerned about, this list that you just gave me in my ward is 300, and thank you for this list. It's 352 houses in my ward that need to be demolished. That's a lot. I think the day that, and I had a meeting yesterday with your staff. You wasn't able to be there, but is 10,000 vacant lots. That's on, I believe that's owned by the land bank. And I talked to you about this, and I've talked publicly about structural blight.
Yeah.
And and I talked to my colleagues about looking at declaring a state of emergency on blight, because in my ward it's a disaster. Not only because of the abandoned houses that need to come down,
Yeah.
but because of the Mark Baldwin, and you can relate to this, the Marvin Street between Van Wagner and Gillespie, where on both sides they have dumped
Right.
on both sides, and it just looked like a disaster. Not only there, it's just all over the place.
Yeah.
So every day I'm constantly putting in referrals about dumping that's all over the place. And it's not just in my ward. I'm sure it's in other people's ward. When I look at this strategy to eliminate blight, I'm looking at leveraging, and I looked at, you talked about the pie that talked about leveraging dollars, but we leveraging dollars on houses, but we're not leveraging dollars to deal with the non-structural blight. So we'll tear down a whole bunch of houses, but yet and still we'll still have the Marvin Streets out there that has all of this non-structural blight that people are dumping. So when we come up with a strategy to eliminate blight, we're not doing a deep dive in what blight looked like.
Right.
Even home ownership rehab, where people got tarps and stuff on their roof and they struggling. And I'm not sure that we get the picture of what actually blight looked like. And blight is not just tearing down houses. Blight is, we're going to spend all of these dollars to tear down houses, but we didn't diversify the dollars to say we're going to tear down houses. Not only are we going to tear down houses, we're going to clean up this non-structural blight that residents done been complaining about. Because they not only complaining about houses that need to be tore down, they complaining about this blight that need to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
Here I am putting in referrals, because the protocol is to put in a referral. It go to Clyde Edwards, and Clyde Edwards give it to the different departments. And when I go back and I look at Marvin Street and I put a referral in and it's still there, it's now we're doing a blame game. The land bank own it.
Right.
So let them take care of it. Then the land bank say they don't have the funding or the staff to deal with it. But we got a plan to deal with blight. So we're going to fund $45 million projected to tear down houses, but yet and still we not dealing with the non-structural blight. So are we really getting a bang for our buck? Because to me, you will take a bulldozer and you will go from one end of the street, and I keep saying this and I'm gonna keep on saying it. We just need to take a bulldozer in my ward. I don't know about nobody else's, but in my ward, you just bulldozer from one end of the street and go to the other end of the street and tear down all of those. We go diversify it, so we go keep them in the same area. We go tear down the houses, and we also go clean up those vacant lots, and we go convert those vacant lots into for green space. Then we go come back with the Mark Baldwin organizations and let them come back and maintain this, cleaned it up. That's what makes sense. That's, to me, what seemed practical. And when we talk about even hiring the city staff in the blight department, when you got 2 or 3, in our department, you got 3 or 4 people working in the blight department to clean up the whole entire Flint.
Yeah.
That ought to be criminal for somebody to think that 4 people can go out there and clean up this neighborhood. You need about 1,000 people out there in the city of cleaning up with bulldozers and heavy equipment, because Councilman Murphy ain't finna go out there with no gloves. And poor folks can't afford to volunteer. People trying to keep a roof over their head because the struggle is real, especially with this COVID. So some of us say, oh, we could just go out there and volunteer. No. I volunteered for over 20 years in the community, and the Lord blessed me here. I wouldn't want nobody else to go through what I went through. And I'm not saying volunteers is not needed, but our community is so far gone. My ward, I can't speak for nobody, but my ward is so far gone. I'm not sure that just tearing down houses is it. I think we should not only look at $45 million, but we need to go look at $45 million in some matching funds from someone to help us deal with this non-structural blight, because it's that bad and our neighborhood has been gone down. This ain't just happened up under this administration. It was prior. This is about 30 years in the making. And that's why the neighborhoods are so deserted. That's how, you got homeowners that can't even qualify to get insurance because we redline in our community, because my insurance is $509 a month for 2 vehicles. That's a lot. I said, why? They said because of accidents in the community, not because I got in one.
Yeah.
How many Quincy's is out there that's paying high insurance? Some people ain't even got no insurance. So in order to qualify for some money to get your home fixed up, you got to have insurance. You got to have. We just in a poor economic condition tipping point where it is just that bad. And I don't expect the blight department to be able to solve this problem, and I don't expect the land bank to solve it. So I hope that you and the mayor or whoever, the governor, while she came to Flint, could come to Flint, and instead of going to the Chevy in the hole, making an announcement, new park, maybe she should have came and did an announcement Marvin Street where all of this non-structural blight at, and let her actually walk down the street that some of us have to live in, because that's our American dream. But thank you for the work that you're doing. I'm done.
If I might respond, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Freeman, hold on just. Would you like to have a chair at the table brought up? Because I can see this is going to be a minute. Seriously. That's
I have
was
sciatic
conferring
nerves, so I'm
with,
kind of sitting here
yes.
like I'm 1 foot right now.
Can we get that done? Can we at the table
Oh.
to have, because I can see a black issue, and we want to, while we have you here, to allow, you've got your team with you so that we can have this
Thank
conversation.
you so much. Yeah. So.
Thank you, Paul.
Oh, thank you.
I think that it'll be, he's got to get you a microphone, but I think this will just be easier and conducive to us doing business. Thank you, Councilman May. Give us
Okay.
just a second so
Thank
everyone,
you.
we can
That's
get.
very kind of you.
Yeah, no, I want to make sure, because,
This means buckle up.
yeah, buckle up, because this is going to be a ride. Hold on just a second. Let's make sure we got audio for you, sir. Just a second.
Okay, I'm great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilman Murphy. You're absolutely right.
Mr. Freeman, can you hold up just a
oh,
second
yeah.
so everyone see? We've got Paul over here
Okay.
fixing some stuff up, and I'll let you know when we can. It'll be just a moment. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Very good.
See, I think this is much more conducive to have your team at the table. And I need all of their emails too. So,
No, she doesn't.
believe me, I do. I know you're located. I know that Councilman Mays did ask for the floor next with Councilman Mays. Mr. Freeman would like to respond to Councilman Murphy.
I'll try and be brief. I'm not generally that brief, but I will be. You're absolutely right. Non-structural blight, big of an issue. That's going to take a little bit of time to work out, I believe. Right now, I'm gravitating towards the demolition program because I would assert that these houses in need of demolition, we were just talking about house on Seneca, it's open and it's like people see an abandoned house there, that's where they dump. And so it only exacerbates an issue which is already bad, where we see people looking at land bank houses and then that's where they just say, well, no one's watching and no one cares, so that's where they dump. And so it's a behavior that they're negative behaviors. Oh, they're full up at the land bank house, let's move on to the next. And so at least if we can start demolishing these and show that, we have now a decrease in the number of these abandoned, blighted houses, that begins the process that we need to build upon. We received a grant from the Mott Foundation that we're a pass-through to the Foundation. And there is actually Blight Task Force framework, which will likely be the next council meeting where we come back and release the results of this, which would look at not just how the city works and what it does and what the land bank does and how we work, but then how you actually create all these community partnerships. How do you create a non-structural blight infrastructure to deal with it, knowing that you can't put everything on the backs of low-income folk who are trying to just pay the bills and say, well, you need to clean the neighborhood too. We actually have to look at a comprehensive partnership in our community. And this even goes to a larger campaign. Think about the state of Ohio that actually had the Clean Ohio campaign, where they challenged each municipal government to come up with their solution towards a clean and beautiful city. And so that's the sort of thing that Flint needs, and where we need to actually, get people enthusiastic about having a blight-free city. People have say this is their issue. Now we need to figure out how the engine works. Government's not going to do everything for everybody. There's not enough or resources, and we can't do it without neighborhoods and communities as well. But this is where I'm hoping that the land bank creates this partnership with the city that goes beyond words, and it is about actions, and it's about things that we do together and we work cooperatively. I mean, on our side, we had a rough season last year because with our seasonal workforce, we couldn't fill crews. We were about 50% capacity. Even though we were at 50% capacity, we hired Raul, who formerly worked for the city of Flint, who actually has military expertise. He knows about deployment. He knew how to move people. And we were actually able, we went from the previous 17,000 total mows in one season to 22,000 mows with half the staff. So this year, we're actually going to partner with Youth Build, where we actually have youth between the ages of 18 and 24. It's going to be in partnership with their workforce development program that will pay for half of their salaries as well. So they're going to be able to recruit to make sure that we have now not only full teams, but with this additional support that comes through the Works program, we could ideally hire more people. And so I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we have one of our most robust maintenance teams that we've had ever since the inception of the land bank. And that not only about us getting around mowing, because at 22,000 mows, we've almost been through the city. We always say, well, we can get through the city once. Well, we got through the city once, and we still had funding. We brought people back up, and we started all over again. And so we got through another third of the city doing that. And I could do half of my team. Then if I have a full team, I'd love to see monthly mows. So, we are working to try and tool up and get ready. And we absolutely want to partner with Flint and with our community. We already do it with our Clean and Green program. We've got 66 community groups working. What do they do? Over 1,000 mows last year. And we're compensating neighborhood residents to take care of their neighborhoods. I live in a clean and green neighborhood. And, we take the proceeds of what we raise, and we actually put that into buying new equipment. We have now zero turns. We have everything that person in one day can mow every single property in our neighborhood. And so it's this sort of empowerment and helping other neighborhoods as well. This gets to, and I'm talking a lot, but this gets to your issue about non-blight. That's the next step in my world. And that's going to be something where we all the moving pieces. You know, the demo program is something that we can actually control and do, and it's going to make a massive impact because we know just from the numbers from hardest hit, big impact in the city of Flint. The other pieces, we can't just say mission accomplished, we're done after we get down these 2,400 properties. We need to always look at next in innovating, because the land bank and the city, we need to partner together. And that's really my vision for the land bank, is that we are a tool and a resource for the city. And it hasn't been effectively used in the past. And so I think it's time that we do that, and we all work together on that. So I hear your comments, and I believe in them completely. So
Councilman Mays, you have the
Yeah.
floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you,
Mr.
Madam Chair. I'm glad to see Brian here from Ernst & Young. When we decided to give Ernst & Young that $1 million contract, the months going into the year, Brian, I want to say it. You ain't in here enough. I think you're too heavy on the administrative side, executive branch side, but this council hired you as well. And I'm expecting that Ernst & Young come to this council meeting more regularly so that we can collaborate and do all the wonderful things that I heard when I voted to hire for that 1 year to see what's going on. Leveraging money. What qualifies? So, you know, I'm going to put that on the record. I'm going to hope that in the next finance committee, it'll be a special order with Ernst & Young. That's my request. To the land bank and this special order today, I met with Youthville this past weekend. Met with the executive director. Not only do we see a way to deal with what y'all calling structural blight, but we see a way to erect new homes on vacant land. New homes on vacant land in order to increase the tax base. Remodeling of homes that don't need to be tore down. See, I hear a lot about demolition, creating empty lots, but empty lots don't pay me no tax revenue. I've heard conversation about the land bank transferring empty lots to. I want new houses on empty lots. I don't care if them new houses is on Russell, Piper, Marengo. They gonna create some revenue. And then when people are living in them and they new, you ain't got people dumping in the backyard. You ain't got a lot of raccoons, gophers, and all that stuff. What the land bank has been doing, when they say mow, to me that means the front yard. You got dead trees and weeds in the backyard. I'm not looking for funding mows over a 5-year period. The 5-year period plan, correct?
no, the program has to be completed by 2026 per the ARPA.
You mean to tell me this slide presentation you just went over don't talk about, you say 4 years?
4 years would be the maximum to expend this in 3.
Okay, so let's look at that. Now I'm telling you, what is you showing him where it said 5 years? You didn't know it said 5 years?
The 5 years is actually the care for the properties. So you have to complete
Okay.
the demos and has to be done before
The
2026.
care for the property, that's the $1,000 you referred to
Right.
per property. That don't include the front and backyard, do
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Well, that'll be the
Clean and
first-
green. Clean and green is actually do it, and they all do front and back of the property.
Clean and green. I don't have to ask Mr. And I live in Flint.
Okay.
I represent Flint. I can tell you, if there's clean and green that's been going on, it's been with empty lots.
Right.
Now, does the clean and green include structural lots with front yards? I don't think so. Do it that you know of.
My neighborhood. yeah.
Anybody know?
My neighborhood, yes. So
Say what?
my neighborhood, yes.
On your neighbor, what's your neighborhood?
Carriage Town.
Okay, well, it ain't in my neighborhood, north side of town. Ain't been getting backyards. I got a guy on DuPont Street for 3 years. We've been trying to his backyard cleared up. He keeps the front yard cleared up, and it ain't clean and green. It's just something he do. I've called specifically and had the land bank come out. Thought it was gonna be done. That I was about to lose me a vote. So I ain't seen front and backyards. Now, if you seen it in Carriage Town, y'all been cheating me. Because we ain't getting front and backyards. What we've been getting is a public cut of the right of way and then a few inches into the front yard. Then when the land bank comes, they do the front and if it's a corner lot, I've seen the back. But I'm telling you, for the most part, they come to do them houses. If cash left in the driveway, the backyard ain't being done. Now, how long you been at the land bank? What's your name?
Freeman, Michael
Mr.
Freeman.
Freeman, been there.
I started in May of 2020.
2000. Would it surprise you if what I'm saying is true?
Give me a list of addresses and then I can find out. I mean, I've got 13,500 properties.
I'm gonna say hallelujah. 'Cause
Yeah, give me a list and I'm happy to inquire
if you
about that.
telling me we gonna get some relief this summer in the backyard of land bank properties, I want everybody to hear me say hallelujah.
Okay.
Because I've been the councilman for 8-9 years. You've been there since 2020. It ain't been happening.
Okay.
They do the front yard in my neighborhood. I'm not in Carriage Town.
I'm more than happy to revisit all of our management and mowing with our staff. And to talk to you, and this is the first time that we've talked about the mowing issue.
Yeah.
I'm happy to
Is
talk to
this
you.
the first that you've heard about the backyards?
There are some properties that are almost impossible to get to in the backyard.
Why
So
would
the
it be
stru-
impossible?
because some of our Hamilton lots that are so small, some houses only have about 2 or 3. And so literally and it's got trees in the backyard. So trees are another huge issue. And I talk to you about trees as well. I know
Well,
that
we talking. See,
Okay.
the reason we talking,
Yeah.
Mr. Say your name, Freeman.
Freeman, Michael
The
Freeman.
reason we talking, Mr. Because
Yeah.
I got one vote as
Yeah.
to whether or not to allocate what I see here, 16 million. I don't mind allocating 20 to 30 million. Because blight and crime is high on Councilman Mays, President Mays' totem pole. So I ain't tripping about the money.
Right.
I'm tripping about the clean city. See, that's what I'm tripping about. And I know it can cost money. The leveraging of dollars, it's all good if it's true. I heard the possibility of state money at the end. These people ain't committed yet, but I can see it happening.
Yes.
Concerned about is actually getting the job done, not in Carriage Town, but all across town. Know what's necessary. I don't know if I trust the land bank to do it based upon the past history, or do I want to put 10 million and keep it in house? See, that's my dilemma now because of what I've experienced so far with the land bank. Because I might want to experiment keeping that in house, but most of the property is yours. See, a partnership might let me bid it out, cut your property. Because I'm also concerned about who's going to be employed. I'm concerned about who's going to do the work. I'm concerned about that we could buy and own long term versus funding your organization, employees, and equipment. I have to look at that. I got to look at if Flint folk don't work. I'm gonna let you get back in.
So you're unpacking a lot right there. So I'm
That's
trying to keep it
correct.
straight.
You unpacked a
Well,
lot
I'm
when
just
you
trying to
came
keep-
to me. Would
Right.
you agree?
Sure.
Would you agree that you a lot?
It's pretty straightforward.
Well, let me be
Okay.
straightforward and unpack a lot.
Okay.
And then we'll be on the same type of ground. See, I've been waiting for Ms. Priestley. Did you have something to do with this special order today?
Yes, I asked that it be put on the agenda.
Well, I'm glad I appointed you chairperson and I
It was approved by Ms. Burns as well.
don't care who is. I know how the chairperson's work. I was putting something on the committee. You, L. Lewis, was appointed by me, correct?
Correct.
And you the chairperson, correct?
Correct.
Fine job. Mr. Freeman, we need this conversation. And I don't know, you might be talking to Ernst & Young specifically than us. Nah. Telling you, Brian, I'm dead about this money being spent. And I'm dead serious about the compliance firm. And I'm dead serious about you communicating more council and finance committee meetings moving forward. Ms. Burns, no problem putting a special order with Ernst & Young.
I have already took note. You and I had a meeting of the, so yeah.
So, Mr. Freeman, does the partnership with the city include contributions more than just money? I heard about Youth Bill. Youth Bill is building new homes.
Correct.
Somebody from Youth Bill told me that the state, the county land bank have reached an agreement to give so many empty lots to Youth Bill. You familiar with that?
We just, and that's actually in Westwood Heights. It's near Hamady High
That's
School.
correct. That's why the Flint Youth Bill is at. I was meeting with the USA. They're
Yep.
doing it in Saginaw, and that's why they're looking at Westwood Heights and Flint.
Yep.
I've toured their location in Saginaw.
Yes, we actually had a full meeting. We don't, actually, the discussion on partnering with them on our maintenance program was secondary to the development program. I agree with you completely. I want to say with, like, demolition doesn't create new tax revenue. In fact, a lot of people are surprised that I'm advocating for a demolition program because I care for demo a lot, but I understand just in my job, the scale and the problem.
And it's necessary.
It's necessary,
Let me
but
continue. If we got more here.
yeah,
Let me say this. I looked at the 4 or 5 year plan.
yeah,
We agree that this ain't happening this year, correct?
correct.
So we looking at a 4 or 5 year plan. Let me say this. I can tell you where burnt out structures at on Home Street with couches and mattresses.
Right.
The whole is a dump site. I can also tell you where in good neighborhoods off of Sally Court, right on the Chatham, going into Hasselbrink Park, you nodding your head, it's a burnt out structure in a good neighborhood. I've looked at your scoring chart.
Yeah.
But you know what I have to do? Take calls from residents year after year after year. It's embarrassing. Back in the old days when you had Bert L. Duncan and Ed Taylor and them on the council, they was smart because they had input in their ward as to what need to come down. I've sat on this council for 8, 9 years, and you know who been telling me what's the land bank? Suzanne. Ain't nobody really asked Councilman May what needs to be done in your ward. This priority list, it don't include me, do it? Who gonna decide when and what comes down? I ain't got input. I don't care what you scored them. I'm dealing with real people. I know the Miss Joneses in the block club that's hollering the most. I would love to be able to have input more so than a scoring system I'll create to service residents before I die. You know, I'll be 64 in September. Been a councilman 8, 9 years. I'll be dead before I get 54 or shortly after. I ain't 23 no more. So my point, I want input on what comes down priority-wise in the first ward. I don't want them to go 5 years because in another month or two, it's going to change. Let me at least give folks on Russell, Laredo, Piper, Alma, and Marengo in a way present. I want to have some say-so in what comes down when, because I know who's been talking to me and what we've been waiting for years.
That is not a problem.
It's
That is
been
something.
a problem.
Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, the thing is, moving forward, if we have a large-scale demo program. This
Yeah.
is a new opportunity to do things way differently and much better.
Yeah, because we got $94 million.
And you
It's
got
new
And you have a new
opportunity.
director at the Land Bank who is from Flint and who understands exactly what you're saying. And so I think that's why even with this list, I don't want you to walk away saying that's all the Land Bank do. You got your list and it's not set in stone. So I've given you all copies of the list showing the properties which we have right now just in our system as unfunded demo. We want to sit down and talk to you and with your residents as well. And we need to reevaluate this list. We have to make sure that we're actually hitting the right targets. We're doing it in the right sequence. And that can only be done with you and community residents.
But normally people come get the money and run.
Yeah.
And if you don't negotiate on the front end, you're going to be left out in the middle and on the back end. Now, I can't speak for 4 more colleagues because it takes 5 votes to move money. It takes 6 to override a veto. And see, that's why I'm thanking Ms. Priestley, because our meetings is open to the public, recorded, have to be open. It ain't like no behind the scenes closed door meeting with the mayor and his or her staff or Ernst & Young. Ours is on the record open. But I'm only one council person. It takes 5. I'm looking to funding the Land Bank and Youth Bill. But do I want to fund the land to do the work? Do I want us to bid some and contract it out? Because that's what the gentleman was talking about, minority contractors. When you spend $5 million and you got big money, Hank, Reginald Bradford can tear down houses, you hip to him. You don't know who Big Money Hank is, do you, Mr. Freeman?
No, I don't.
You know Reginald Bradford? Them people who I call for demolition.
Yeah.
They some black contractors who tear down houses. I just got one on Green Street. You're charging $8,100 to tear down a house that's been noticed by the city. So that's how much I want in.
Yeah.
You come and you want in, and I don't know my colleagues. I'm ahead of ideas on structural blight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not just gonna raise an issue and not give a solution.
Sure.
I'm issue orientated and solution orientated. I count money very, particularly when it get to millions, because I ain't never had none. I'm a trustee of millions. So that's where I'm at. I followed the slide presentation. I know the services that you have done. I know the service we can team up with you and do, but it ain't gonna be just no front yard.
Right.
Front and back. That's why them little gopher things live at. Be out. I know them little gophers and raccoons done ate up people's wires on their car. And when the wires up and garages, that car expense is notorious because they chewing on the wires. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of
you say you heard. of.
I've got 13, like I caught 13 groundhogs in my yard.
See what
last
I'm
summer.
saying?
So yeah, I know what they can do.
And so all of that comes with what you talked about, blighted structures next. I can show you next door to my house right now at 125 East Russell, the little hole they come out of at the land bank house.
Yeah.
It's right next door to me, and I'll be looking at them. I make noise and see them run back in. I'm thinking about putting some or something out there to keep them over there. I don't know what
Or
they
make a
eat,
friend with
grapes,
it.
what they eat. Y'all know any
They
of your
eat my
staff know.
squash. They eat my squash.
Well, I'm gonna plant them a squash garden and keep them over there. Because if they chew my wires, you don't make much as a council person. You think we make a lot? We don't. You make more. than we do. So let's look at a holistic approach.
Yeah.
Demolitions, rebuilds, refurbishing. I'm hearing the land bank. You know, the land bank turned somebody down from getting a property that they wanted to fix up, and it got demolished. Let them put their money into it. So I don't want you to look at coming money for just demolition. If you gonna team up, Bill, and if you selling properties, what do you sell the average lot for?
$100.
Okay, how about two of them together, $200, and build a nice house on it, whether it's got a basement or ranch style. Do you know when we show people that, they gonna duplicate it?
Yeah.
I don't just want to build them and sell them. I give them to some needy people if I get folks. So I want to look at a holistic approach. I don't mind leverage.
Right.
I don't mind the program you present. But guess what? I don't know who you done talk with. Ernst & Young, Mr. Neely, whoever. But I want you to know you talk to one council person. It might be more.
Right.
Who wants you to go a step further. Front yard, backyard, more than 2 cuts a year.
Yeah.
And then rebuilds and refurbish. Or let's take inventory. What can be refurbished? What properties that's empty lots we can buy and rebuild on them? Because them youth, I'm looking at the work they doing with Youth Bill. And it ain't the Youth Bill that come out with the Mott Foundation. You know what I'm talking
I
about?
know the difference. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big different youth bill program. And I've invited them here. And I know who they've met with in the city of Flint. And I know about their location and their grand opening coming up at Westwood Heights.
Yeah.
I've looked at their Saginaw location. It's tools, what they build. So we agree on some of that.
Yeah, it's not, it's not just like with Youth Build too. Like we're actually partnering with ABC Youth. Pastor Watkins does an amazing.
Yeah,
They acquired a condition property that was on our demo list,
right.
and they did a beautiful job with it.
I agree.
And that's who we need to support is organizations like that. And it's like, and I agree with you. It's we need to start putting back.
That's
The
correct.
demo alone doesn't save the community.
No,
It's going to be the reinvestment and the tax revenue generated from that reinvestment. And
That's
I agree
correct.
with you completely. And like any developer, and we have talked to developers, and I'm trying to encourage them on areas of the city where we have large amounts of property that
right.
might interest them more. We will continue to do that.
You
And-
see them folks over there at Mid-Michigan now, I be watching them like a hawk. I seen Mid-Michigan now, probably that same lady there, talking to that lady there.
Yeah.
And Mark Baldwin, I think, was in that clip. See, when you come before this council, and I'm in a leadership position, I usually don't hold a leadership position but 3-4 weeks. I'm breaking a record right now because they get mad about this is it's a tough arena, Mr. Freeman, but I've weathered the storm. God has blessed me. I want Mid-Michigan now, when they report this, they ain't just reporting them.
Yeah.
They report newbie on vacant lots. Look at that. I ain't gonna let you clap along because that's what we need to do. I want them to talk front and backyards from what people know. I want to have input on this structure, that structure in the first year. Because see, we're in politics. And when you look at the term politics, it definition gonna refer to government. Another one might refer to strategy. And people say, I ain't a politician. Hell, I'm a strategist. I'm accredited by one of the best universities in the nation. You know what it is. It ain't U of M, it's Michigan State. The best. But and look at them.
We have two of the best.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a deep breath. But I'm gonna see what this council do. Because I don't want you coming to me feeling one way or another about 16 million. So crime and blight is the two big ones to make quality of life for residents. And I know that blight is directly related to crime. All for it, but only with certain qualifications. I want real, if I put 16 or more million.
If we remove the properties, I guarantee you every single one of those lots, all 2,400 lots, will all be mowed front and back.
Do you think you know do you think I know what you said? Let me explain what you just said, and you correct me if I'm wrong. You said if we demo the property, I guarantee you, be front and back. Yeah, because ain't nothing there. You just do the whole lot. So I agree with you. It would be front and back.
Just asked me about
it ain't no back. It's just an empty lot.
You asked me about the 16 million. I'm just
watching you and listening to you and making sure on the record. I'm talking about those you don't do in the second, third, or fourth year. I want them backyards, and we'll fund it. See, if you ain't gonna do everything in the first year, I'm sure when you knock it down and it's a clear lot, you're gonna do front and back because you do the whole lot. That's why I'm not playing with words. If it's gonna take 4 years and Miss got all that mess in the back and he's falling on folks' fence and they calling me, I want some of the back cleaned up. If y'all gotta get a tree cutting service to go along with some of this, I fund it. But I'm not fitting to half service these residents. And I don't know if you gonna team up with Youth Bill like I want to and give us some of them lots, or we'll buy them.
Mm-hmm.
We'll buy them and we'll give them the Youth Bill. But all of that is a great start if I can get folks to understand it. If I can get 4 more council people to understand it, if I can get it qualified as eligible expenditures through Ernst & Young, and if I can get y'all to buy in on the overall partnership, in addition to what you brought to me, then you got a happy council president. Remember, at me now, I'm gonna say president 3-4 times before it's go away. But I'm gonna be probably a councilman, and I'm gonna advocate for the far north end. And that's my job. Madam Chair, I appreciate the dialogue, even though it was one-sided. That was on purpose. Now, if he want to respond to any of those nuggets that I've dropped, I'm going to hear it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Mr. Freeman, would you like to respond to the list of areas?
So specific to mowing, and I was thinking even when you're talking about the number of properties that we have that are in that condition that you can't get to the front, This is actually now finally our solution to be able to deal with all those properties where we can't get to the front and back on the properties that need to come down. And mind you, we started a new, it's called Ready for Rehab program. And so properties that were formerly kind of on the demo list, or we thought no one would want, the market's changed. Like now, actually, there's more interest in Flint properties that they actually want up for home ownership. We actually have now increasing populations coming from the Dominican Republic and from Cuba. From Miami area. So expensive there, and global warming, don't want any more of it. And so we actually have increasing populations. And so now we actually have a bilingual interpreter who works as well. And she's been helping them with paths to get into the home ownership. And they actually have, the people who have been purchasing have a lot of construction expertise. And so they're houses themselves. And so this is like, we're taking a second look at our inventory just to make sure we're only going to take down the stuff that is really gone. The foundation, it's just so past saved. Those are the priorities for us, really. So we want to be able to hit those. And then, so I want to skinny down that demo list because you're right. Demoed properties don't create more tax revenue for the city. So we can possibly save, I want to save it. And also that saves us money in the long run. So we have become more aggressive. Like we'll take, on these properties that we take a minimal consideration for the property because I'm like, keep your money in your pocket so you can fix this up. We're not looking at enrichment. If you can guarantee that you're going to put this back on the tax roll, we're better off giving you a deal on that property so you can fix it up. So, and we will continue to do that. And I know that dollars are limited. World of limited dollars, not having enough every day to do what you need to do and seeing what needs to be done and hearing from, I get calls too. I get lots and I talk to them and I try and explain, what's happening and we do our best and it's not always enough. But at least I always try and do my best and my staff does as well. And we will. And I want to keep this dialogue open. You're absolutely right. We need to often. We need to talk and pandemic was a challenge. I had this dream that I would take this job and I'd be outgoing doing ward meetings and like being there with council members so I could talk to your residents and find out what's going on. But then having public places, where, do you want to call a lot of people together? And so that's been difficult. Not everybody has Zoom. Not everybody can use technology. And hopefully we're turning that corner and the new normal will be, and especially these summer months, if we can do outdoor meetings, maybe people will be more comfortable with that. And then I can hit every ward with you. And then we can actually talk about what your land use goals are for your area. What do you want to see? I want to do that. I'm not going to be the director or one of the directors in the past who just stayed in the land bank and hid. It's like, this is my community too. I like my Flint residents, talking to them, and we have a lot in common and our struggles same. In fact, they're a lot more similar than people.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman Mays.
if I keep saying on TV that you remodeling 2 houses in Carriagetown,
Yeah.
and if I find out cutting the backyard in Carriagetown,
We haven't, no. We haven't put $1 into those. Those are actually being remodeled by Uptown Development.
okay.
They're not ours. I wouldn't put $1
If I
into those.
find out that you cut the
Come-
yard
Come look at my
Carriagetown.
book. We have not put a single dollar, and any
Right.
proceeds go back into their rehab fund. Asked for the properties and like any developer, and I have to treat all developers in the city the same.
Okay, so they asked for
They
them,
asked for
and
those
then
properties.
that's getting it mixed up. Then they put their money in
They
just
put-
as any other developer.
I'm not putting $1 into that if I'm not putting dollars into other
But I
parts of the
know
city as
Fleming
well.
Road had asked for one and couldn't get it, and then it was Councilman Mays. I would have fixed it up. So the thing I'm saying is,
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm hearing you say that we need to keep talking. And I'm like, dang, so I want to make the news. I want to highlight my vision, like building and all that is, and front yards and backyards and all of that mess. And when we can continue to do that as we doing, once we put our money where our mouth is at, it's going to be a blessing. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, let's know your name. Looked like you were grabbing the mic to add some input.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to address Council President May since he caught me out.
That was you.
I'd like to
seen you.
say, and again, my name is Alexandria Riley. I am the Sales Development Director at the Land Bank. I am working with this wonderful team. But it's refreshing. It's refreshing to hear you say that you were looking forward to supporting this proposal to eradicate blight. And not just eradicate blight, but build back up, to revitalize the city of Flint, and to look at that through a lens of partnership. And so I couple things, and to Michael's, Mr. Freeman's point, when we're talking about addressing blight, structural blight in this proposal, we are looking at properties that have been identified that are not those properties that we can rehab. We just rolled out a new comprehensive program called Ready for Rehab. And what we program, that was something that Michael wanted to make available and ready to the public, the opportunity for those individuals that want to invest, for those individuals that want to rehab properties. We want to streamline that process. In that same token, we have one of the most valuable programs that I know of and can think of, not just in the city of Flint. This is exclusive to Flint. When we tear down a property, when we have a vacant in our inventory, we make that lot available to the adjacent homeowner for $25. This is a side lot program where they can expand their land. And to Michael's point, we are working with community partners. We are seeking opportunities for that development. So I just wanted to weigh in and say that on those points beyond the work that we do. And oftentimes, and you guys know this, because you serve the public, you're elected. When you're talking about having individuals vote for you or people call, immediate action, remedy. We have been able, through our programs, and that's one of the things that I'm most proud of working with, through our Featured Homes program, to create equity, to foster affordable housing, and to generate new home ownership opportunities in the city of Flint. And we do that through an in-house land bank, land contract financing. And so where there's been issues or hurdles or obstacles toward achieving and realizing the dream of home ownership, we've streamlined that process. So I said that, and I can go on, and that's specific to the area that I work in, and it's not necessarily blight, but I wanted to, Mr. President, address some of the things that you were talking about, because the blight is necessary.
Point
We
of
all agree this is
information.
a universal thing.
What's your point of information?
So are y'all willing to add 4-5 more in this demo? I want to see money mouthfeel.
For development?
So
Wasn't
and I want to touch on this. It's necessary for the blight to be addressed. It's necessary for those dilapidated structures to come down in order to even have that conversation about redevelopment. So, and that's part of the process. And so thank you, President, for bringing up those issues. I wanted to talk on that because oftentimes when you serve the public, you don't, the criticisms sometimes can be louder than the appreciation. Our job collectively as we serve the public in the community, ensure that those are available to the community and that they are aware of the value that's available to them.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. You
Madam
need to
Chair,
move
I'm
on.
gonna
We
yield
need-
the floor, but he say that's the chief
Councilman-
financial officer, right?
He's the director.
No, that lady there with the white,
No,
Grant director?
No, but-
and then
CFO.
Yeah.
that's the PR lady.
correct. She's in sales out of
She's
town.
my sales rep.
I'm messing with, I'm
Okay.
a quick play.
Thank. We're gonna move on. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Hold up, Ms. Priestley. There's two people before you.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. So, Ms. You have the floor.
Oh, forgot my questions. I have to think a moment. I
I know that we don't have anything in-house to be able to do this. That's why we have the land bank to help us. So I just want to know that you are appreciated, because as much as there is criticism for the land bank, we wouldn't be able to do anything without it. And I think a lot of people, they just either don't want to understand that, or just there's blame. And the fact is we don't have the money. And so this, to me, is a really good proposal. I not see myself voting no. That blight is the #1 concern. And in all of our wards, in our meetings, that's it. That's what's most talked about. So I would be remiss to vote no. It is a lot of money, and I'm amazed in a way. I've never had millions of dollars. So when you hear $16 million, it gives you a little, I don't know, way, because, you know, the money goes so fast. We aren't going to do as much as we would want to do, because it's just millions of dollars to do just about anything. But this is #1. So if we're going to spend the most on anything, would I be willing to spend it on, especially since it's leveraging our dollars, and we're going to get a lot more impact than if we just tried to go this alone. So I thank you for coming up with the plan and all the work that you have put into it. I'm with it. I just wanted to know if the mayor have you talked with the mayor, and has he expressed interest in this plan?
So from what I understand, the mayor is supportive of it. He's spoken with the other funding leaders as well. So basically, you know, this has been a lot of negotiation with people, and you know, trying to convince the county, even though I agree, the county got 78 million because the city's population poverty rates. And so, yeah, the city is part of the county. But, you know, I wanted to make sure that the need, you know, the funding was going where the need was the greatest in the county. For me, city lines are immaterial. So we know this is, you know, we know where the demos need to happen. And I think we've made a very strong case with our foundations, with the county as well, that 94% of this money, and we should have it. And they've agreed to it. The county is getting what, roughly, how many out-county demos are there?
About 146 is what we estimate.
They're getting 146 demos, and the remainder of the 2,415 properties are all in the city of Flint. So, but, and if we do a great job and we spend our money on time, there will be projects and programs that don't spend their ARPA money that are required to be spent down. And there needs to be a place where we actually can work quickly to get those funding or funds allocated. And so this, if there is additional, and we know every year we get there's going to be more demo, right? But, you know, we could look at those future demos that we have, you know, maybe we fund those ARPA, but right now we need a snapshot, and our snapshot is right now this 2,400 properties. And I guarantee you, I know this 16 million, I mean, that gives me sticker shock too. That's why I worked really hard to make sure that we're getting the 2-to-1 leverage here. So 16 is a lot for you, but 30 million is a lot for everybody else too. And so we're going to get, I believe Flint's really going to benefit from this. And if we look back at Hardest Hit and what that did for our community, and we're 89%. And if we can actually bridge that tap into that 11%, the privately owned be another strategy we have to figure out. But could we feasibly get to 94 or 95% of the housing in Flint being in good and fair condition? Just think of the thousands and thousands of Flint residents. Like I said, we take down 300 properties, and all the people on this property, thousands of people in the city of Flint. You know, I don't want to be really emotional about this. I get a lot of calls all the time,
Mhm.
right? And I'm from Flint. My family's been here since the 1850s. I will never leave my town. And I took this job and I'm staying here because I believe we can make it. And it's hard. And every year has been hard for us, right?
Mhm.
But this proposal for me is like, we can make a difference. And I will not get all these phone calls of angry people, because we're giving people that we can finally, we don't know, it's on the unfunded demo list, maybe one day. So I would like to say I'm begging you to consider this and the importance of this, and feel pressured because you have to make the decision as elected officials, which is right. I just am dealing with the timeline. Everybody else wants to allocate their funds because the clock is ticking for everybody with ARPA and foundation. But basically told we need to know where the city's at, by the 1st of May, because we are going to start otherwise.
Point of information, Councilwoman Worthing, your question, resolution number 220149 is in your packet. The last page, and your question, Mayor, know about it. He has signed off on it already. It is in your packet. You're welcome.
We got these a little late and I did not have time, I'm going to be honest, this time to look it over. Sorry.
No problem. You can proceed. You still have the
Okay.
floor.
I would we missed out on Miller Road because we didn't vote on it. And that if you want to talk about invested in your city and being emotional, that was emotional for me, because we're about to pave over Miller Road with no pipes underneath because we couldn't get it together to vote for that project. Now we're going to have to unpave the road in about 5 years and put pipes down and pay for it all by ourselves. So I'm just saying this because if council doesn't get their act together, it's going to be another loss for our residents. And those that keep me up at night and anger me and frustrate me. And so I'll have to calm down so I'm not feeling angry about it. But it is sad that we would have anyone thing that's going to happen. But I hope that no one would delay. There was no reason to delay Miller Road or vote no for it, in my opinion. And there would be no reason to delay this. Let us vote. Let us take care of this. And I know I'm talking politics right now, and you have no idea what I'm talking. Well, you might. You might know. You might have seen a few meetings. If you have questions, and I cannot, council person is not. How can you do your job if you don't know who Freeman is of the land bank? I'm apologizing for that. But I hope that we pass this. It's unanimous. And that's a good thing for our citizens. I just don't see how, $60 million is a lot of money. But I'm hoping that we as a council can come together and do what's right for our citizens. And honestly, there's less blight in the night is in many others. And I'm still for this because that is still one of my number one calls. There's unsavory activities in these blighted properties. There's prostitution, there is crime, there are people defecating and using homes, in unsavory ways. And this is the beginning. And as you said, we're still going to have what Mr. Murphy said with the structural blight. But now we can use our monies towards combating that, and maybe cameras. That's one of the things I'd like to do is have provide cameras in areas like that so that we can see, have that evidence that would deter, in my mind, some crime. So the crime is reduced, and it breaks my heart too, honestly, because the calls I get, older ladies who are afraid of what's going on in the neighborhood, and I say the same thing. It's on the list. Have no idea when it might be during my term, it might be years after, because there is a list and we only have so much money for these homes. And so the new council people who are in support of this, not having all of the calls that I've had over the last 4 years, and knowing how long it takes, but it's just the way it is. And so this would be such an improvement, I think, and it's number one priority in my opinion. I really didn't have a lot of questions. I'm very sorry. I just kind of talked. I don't want to be too long, but I do want to thank you for being here today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Worthing. Mr. Freeman, would you like to respond? Or are you, to what she said, are you done? I know there was dialogue back and forth. Are you good?
I think that she's a little bit more charming than I am, so I think
Okay, is there-
you've heard enough. So, I mean, if you have any, questions.
No, I know we have other council members who do want to speak, and I think she wrapped it up. But if there were any unanswered questions, and I do know when she stated about the us being here for Miller Road project, she's correct. But we need to be in attendance, and her vote would have been 5, and we could have got Miller Road passed. But Ms.
Point of order.
Ms. Herkenroder, you have the floor. What's your point of order?
Ms. Burns, you just took the floor to insult a colleague. I have my own comments about you and thoughts about you, but I thought that was highly inappropriate.
Ms. Worthing, I thought you were done, ma'am.
Yeah,
Ms. Herkenroder,
and I'm telling you that you
Ms.
were out of
Herkenroder,
order.
you have the floor.
Thank you so much to Ms. and the rest of the Land Bank staff. I did just have a couple more questions for you. This map on this last page are these the anticipated zones for demolition? Am I reading that correctly?
No, those are main like traffic. No, we actually, and there's another, in fact, if I'm invited back, please show kind of like how we zone stuff. And they're like boxes that we could run through the city like a typewriter, or we can work with council members to figure out, like in your wards, how do we create this cluster box, the demos, so that we can get the demo contract. We can figure out how many we're bidding. For the smaller contractors, we can do like groups of 10. So it's a manageable demo. For larger contractors, maybe we can do much more, like a bundle of 50. So we'll figure that out. Things change. We don't like to do really big bundles with one contractor because things change. And then we can't do change orders. We can't have them coming back like, oh, well, when I looked at this before, it looked like this. The thing is about these demos too, and I want to say is that the easiest part is tearing it down. It's all the work you have to do beforehand. The environmental compliance, yes, there are contractors out there that will say, oh, I could tear that down for $8,000. Are you remediating asbestos? Are you making sure that the person next door isn't? The thing that's really complicated, and even like this, like the city having a program, that number one, you have your own internal program. Now you have 100% where we actually have, by contracting it, we actually have the liability taken care of. But we actually, the EPA and regulators look at the land bank or the city with this massive demolition need as being a potential environmental catastrophe.
I'm really glad that you kind of made that segue, because that was actually my next question. Was what steps or I don't know, what guidance do you have from the EPA to make sure that residents are being communicated with, that there's going to be they can make sure to not open and cover their garden, things like that. And then B, I know personally that Eagle is quite notorious in their environmental standards in the midst of projects. Can you speak to how that might impact the 16 million? Should EPA or Eagle change things again?
Hi, Faith Finhome, Grants Manager with Genesee County Land Bank. I've been Land Bank since 2014. Prior to that, I was here. So I've been working on demolition for about 8 years. I don't know math. So yeah, we have a program in place. We have requirements that contractors have to meet in order to protect human health and the environmental aspect of that. So we require contractors to be licensed and trained and have water and remove the material that can be removed. We go above and beyond and remove some of the household hazardous waste. We remove tires. We have requirements where contractors are to be placing door hangers on a prescribed number of structures around a structure to be demolished at least a week. And we're currently working on better ways to improve our outreach so that community members have access to Eagle and EPA. Like Eagle has a great page for their asbestos, and they've got a great video about like methods that you can take to protect yourself. We also mentioned the door hangers that we put out. And we do have a really good working relationship with MIOSHA, Eagle, and EPA. It's not always easy when you're working at scale to hit everything right, but we do our best, and we bend over backwards, and I care so much that this work is done in a fashion that keeps people safe, and not just residents, right? Residents are super important, but also our contractors, and also and so that we're not material in places it shouldn't be. We have consultants that we contract with that can help with oversight in cases where it's necessary. Many things in place.
Thank you so much for that. I'm really glad to hear that. I know that Eagle can be very difficult to work with. Sometimes when they're difficult, they are. So then I guess the final question that I have is in regards to the timeline. Is there a set deadline that you need an answer from council on whether we're going to move through with this?
So one of our biggest funds, Mott Foundation has to go take everything to their board for the final approval on the $8 million. And so Ridgway White communicated with the table that he has to know by May 1st. That for him to get everything out to his board, because his board will have to approve an expenditure of as well. So he basically put everybody, the county on notice, everybody else, that if you want the 8 million, I need this date or else I can't get it to my board. So then it becomes a house of cards. And so the gap, for me, the state gap, the 6 million, a big challenge because that's 100 million, and there are actually multiple pools of money that could be tapped into at the state level. But just like with the water, the state wants to know, what are you guys doing? And then what is the final gap need? Usually go to the Mott Foundation last, and then you say you get the state money, but then this was such a priority for way to see this cooperation between the city and the county to make this contribution into the city, that he was preemptive request and made a pretty generous request beyond one that I even thought he was going to offer at that time.
Yeah.
So we're very interested in securing that. And there again, I want to go back to, we will be working with council and we will be communicating with you in ways that maybe if you've been here a while, you haven't experienced in the past. To be the opportunity for residents to celebrate something positive going on and one of maybe many future things. Because if we can do this, take care of this problem, and then we can move to non-structural blight and we figure out a solution for that. And then we start attracting developers and rebuilding our city. I mean, all these things that you've articulated for me today are necessary and required, but this is a first step, and it's one that we're ready to do before. We did twice the amount, in 6 years, and so I think it's pretty reasonable that we can expect that within 3 years, we can actually do the 50% of what we're asking for right now.
Wonderful. And I want to say a tremendous thank you and your team for making sure that we are leveraging these dollars to their absolute maximum potential. I know members of council have heard me say the word leverage a number of times, especially as it relates to ARPA, because I do just want to kind of paint this picture, if I may, and if I'm understanding this correctly. So with $16 million, which is approximately a third of all of the funding, we will be able to demolish 90% of these homes. So by putting forth a third of ARPA dollars putting forth these 16 million to fund this project at 35%, about a third, we're able to get twice that amount of proportion of houses that are going to be taken care of in the city. We're putting forth a third of the money and we're getting 90% of the benefit. That is tremendous leverage. Incredibly exciting for me, and I'm very, very excited for this program. And I think that this is a phenomenal opportunity to use ARPA dollars for Flint. I'm very, very excited for this program, and I thank you guys.
Thank you, Councilwoman Herkenroder. Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
To back up on Councilwoman Herkenroder's comment, according to your own chart, for $16 million, we could only demolish 800 houses. So being able to demolish close to 2,000, that's way of our money. Excited about this plan. You know, going through the fourth ward and seeing trees out of basements and burnt buildings and stuff. And then also, you referenced the unit, this old school unit that was rebuilt by, I think it's ABCU.
Yeah.
There's a lot of groups out there who want to do that kind of work. And if we could prepare a list of potential, or if they could go through, that would be one. We've had our meeting in the North End. Several organizations said that they want to do that. Whether they're doing it now or not, I don't know. But it's a great training opportunity for our youth who need a skill, who don't want to go to college. You don't have to make, it's not necessary. So I think that's a great opportunity to do that. And we talked about that in our meeting that we had last week, or week before last. Now, also, I know discussion with someone and they said, well, minority contractors to take down this position. And Mr. Hatter discussed contractor. All contractors have to be, who are doing the demolition work, have to be licensed for certain aspects, correct? Could you state what they, all contractors, in order to be considered when you do your RFP or your bid process?
So big picture on this. This is a heavy lift, right? As far as this many demos, you look at how many we do per year. Like, we want to be on target with doing 1,000 demos per year, and so it's to our benefit that we have as many potential contractors to draw from. You want to just have one bid. You want to actually have it competitive, and we also want to make minority and female as competitive as well, that they have the tools and ability to bid on these contracts. And I'll let Faith talk about the specific requirements or what is required, but we've talked internally about how we're going to do contractor preparation. And so right now we're rebuilding our minority and female-owned contractor list. We have is fairly outdated. It was one that the county was using. So we're currently updating. Once we actually have contract, or we know that the funds are coming, we're actually going to do a convening. We'll probably do it at the county building right behind the Durant Hotel that has a big space. And so we can bring everybody in and socially distance, but then we're actually going to have all of our minority contractors in the community actually hear from regular and other people, like, this is the licensing that's required. This is what you need to do. These are the resources. And then we actually have to reach out to the chamber to start doing its job with small businesses and helping them when there are obstacles to licensing, bonding, insurance, all these other things. It's one thing for us to sit there and go, these are the requirements and this is what you need to do, but there needs to be as well. So we want competitive bidding, and we want those contract, grow businesses. This is a great opportunity for us. Like Faith was talking about, our job is to make sure, number one, that public safety is our number one goal. The licensing and requirements that we have ensure the public safety piece of it. Negotiable for us. We don't sit back and come up with all these rules and requirements that people say, you're just making our lives. It's literally when you have the EP and the state breathing down your neck in every demo. Like, we had one contractor who actually violated some of the environmental rules. They got a $60,000 fine, and then we got a $60,000 fine. And that's why we have internally even have to
That's 4
monitor.
houses.
Yeah. So we are very careful about that. We don't want to set for failure. But there again, that's why we want to be able to do smaller bundles of properties too. So let's say a newer contractor or one who doesn't have all the equipment, and they would get shut out if they actually, you know, if our bid package was 50, 60 units and they're like, I can only handle, you know, 4 or 5 right now. Scale it and size it to do that as well.
That's wonderful. I also want to talk about Mr. Murphy's comment about dumping and stuff. I'm not going to blame the land bank for the dumping, obviously. We can't do that. But it's also, we live in that neighborhood, that in my neighborhood, we have people taking care of other properties in the neighborhood that are land bank. You know, they go in there, they mow it, they make sure that the property is clean. There's a couch that needs to be removed from from a property. Also, my sister bought 2 properties next to hers. I know there's a concern. We talk about all this vacant land. And my sister bought 2 properties. She paid $125 for those 2 properties. She's anxiously awaiting for the next 2 houses to go down so they can purchase those as well. And if it's only $25, she will be jumping for joy. Also, my brother-in-law, I mean, he lives in the ward, and he properties once and twice a week.
So.
He and his wife, my sister, have 3. Their daughter has 1, and then they mow 10 vacant properties. We need to come together as a whole and do that. My neighbors and I have done that as well in properties. Even if it's a sick neighbor, somebody living there and unable to mow their lawn, doesn't have the funds to pay for mowing, that's our responsibility as good citizens and good neighbors. I'm not going to sit there and say that it is the land bank's responsibility, although it is technically. But if you live in that neighborhood, don't you have a responsibility to yourself to see some of that? If you can't, you can't. But there's usually at least one person who can mow 1 property or something and take care front and back. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate it. I know this is what I've been looking for, and it meets the requirements of Ms. Herkenroder and all of the leveraging dollars, and it's the amount of money that you've been able to leverage is tremendous. However, as I said in our meeting, 6.5 from the state is not enough.
If I can get more out of them, trust me, because I've got a big laundry list of things. Okay.
I just want to add, before we move on. So if any of you are actually aware of contractors or businesses that could lend their services to contractors or the like, feel free to give them our number. I can give you my extension. They can call me. We'll add them to a list. And at the very least, that can be available. I
have a list. I do.
Okay, yeah, please send it along. Send it along. Oh, and I've spoken to Mr. Hatter.
Yep, had him come, got a couple more. Big Money, Hank Caldwell, also that Councilman Mays. So there are contractors. Are you, thank you. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, looks like you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last but not least, my colleagues have asked all of my questions, and I do have all of the answers that I need. I have a couple of questions, and I'm not going to hold you guys long. I thank you for coming. I was wondering, this list, do it have all of the burnout properties on this list?
Yeah, those with the, and I'll let the good, but there again, we're still doing our final inspections because we are trying to final the list.
Okay.
Of just what the current conditions are like right now, not based on 2-year-old data or information. And so we will do that, but that's at least, this is a good time for us to sit down with council members or community residents. Like I always tell people, like, do not hesitate on calling to complain, like send or like use our website. When you report that, information doesn't go into a hole, it goes into our database where I can track every single complaint. Like people don't know information we actually do keep. And then we can start identifying hotspots. We can update our information people in the community give us. the better our records and our information is. Because
Okay.
I may only have 6 inspectors who are in the field, but they're inspecting how many properties? If I have all of Flint looking at my properties and telling me what's going on a day-to-day basis, we become much more efficient. So we always try and encourage that. We're rebuilding our website to make it more user-friendly as well, so people can actually get and make these complaints. You get a number. We have a maintenance clerk who actually will call people back when they've reported something, and then she'll discuss what's taking place on the property, and then she can improve information that's against them.
Okay, because I asked that question. I'm thinking about 15 ML King, that burnout building right there. It's right there.
Is that
You
the
prob-
green structure next to the church? Yes, no?
No, it's actually next to a lot. There's on the portal that the demolition status is completed, but no, it's not. I would like that to be placed on this list.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually a burnout building. I'm really scared because I have people standing in front of the building, sitting there on the steps, and the porch is burned down. I mean, the
Yeah.
building fall on someone. So
Point
I
of,
would
in-
like that.
point of
Yes.
information.
What's your point of information,
Through you to-
Councilman Mays?
Through you to the, Winfrey Carter, can you ask them about the works to Pastor Ellison's church as well?
Yes, that is also a burnout. And if I can address of that, because I've been sitting here looking through different addresses here. And also, yeah, the one by, yeah.
That's the green structure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Keep those two structures in mind.
Yep.
I'll be talking to you more about that. And also, because I have some other addresses that I looked up.
Okay.
So I wanted to find out, can more residential demos be added to this list?
If you want to save time too, I'll give my business card out to everybody.
Okay.
And then we can set up time. If you guys want to come into the office, and then we'll just designate a time for all you guys. In fact, as regular as you want to have meetings with me, I'm happy to do that. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of this.
Okay.
This is crucial. It's going to be good for the city to get these structures.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Madam
Councilwoman,
Chair,
are you done?
I'm done.
Have you did any?
No, I have not for the
I'll
first.
wait after you.
Thank you. I am the last person to speak in every round. So I've got questions. And as your presentation, I appreciate your staff being here, and you and I good dialogue over the phone, which I appreciate. And I'm going to start off with 2916 Sloan. That's another part. I know we're talking about the street, but 2916, which has been on the list, it needs to be taken care of. It's boarded up. It's dangerous for the community. Children play in that. People just hang out in there. So if we can put that one on the list, because I have had my association, they have been blowing my phone up, texting me that, and it's right across from next to like Save-A-Lot grocery store. So it's,
I know right where that is.
I've helped to clean up. Yeah. So I need on the list, because Kathy would have my head if I
Okay.
did not mention that. And I need my head on my shoulders, please. So, I want to talk about adding the properties to the list, because that's a problem. I ride my neighborhood all the time. So I look at the roads, I look at the blighted properties. I have got 2 properties that I have lost that did not belong to the land bank, but every other property belongs to the land bank, where they have boats in the yards, couches, furniture, trash bags. And it is a problem. And dumping's not your issue. That's just, for lack of a better word, lawlessness and people who don't care about anything but themselves. And I hate to say, they're trifling and they shouldn't be doing it, because it hurts the community. And it hurts the community for members who have stayed there, retired, and people who want to come into the community don't want to the community when they're saying, hey, I'll give Flint a chance, and I see. So it prevents sale homes. No one wants to be on the block where it's a dump site, and people begin to hang out. So the land bank properties, I wish they didn't sit on so long to where they become dilapidated, to where they deteriorate to the repair. That, to me, we need to fix the system so that that as soon as a home is vacated, they will come in and they take the piping, they take the fixtures, they take the windows, and they will take the front. I've seen the front doors be removed. So we need to that timeline that you're getting the properties, we give the properties over to the county. We've got to do with that, because these homes like the Seneca Street, which you worked with me expeditiously. I was not elected when I started working on that. And I know that was before your time. And for 5 years, they have been trying to get that home on the list. You did get it done. I'm going to say 45 days. And with me connecting with you, with the neighbors, and making sure that we got, the squatters removed, that house was filled up to the roof. They had to break the window, trash out on the second. And the home is rat filled, not mice, because I know the difference, rats. So when we talk about that, department did work quickly, but I'm a very dogmatic style person. I wanted it done, and I kept in communication, and I bothered about it. But I want us to where and I've got another one coming your way too. And I'll email that one to you about another squatter that I have on Mack and Row, but I'll email. So when we get these homes and they become neighborhood, we got to close that time gap, because some of these homes are savable. Homes will never have the craftsmanship in them again. They just simply will not, because when you have someone who does a custom fireplace, whatever, insert fireplaces, so you don't have a natural burning. People just don't build them anymore, generally. There's some things I would like to see saved. Minority contractors, that's big for me. Women contractors, I want to see the playing field to be fair. People who look like me, actually, and working on the to receive that money. And I want to see it done local, with local contractors, because I don't want for us to keep giving money to contractors who have no investment in Flint, to where they don't even spend a dollar. They don't even buy lunch here when they come here to tear down the property or do work here. I want someone who is invested, that at some point someone's going to spend their money back into the community so that those dollars are recirculated. And I think we have a job seeking those out. And if you could, before you leave, because I'm going to post it, we do need the number. There was a number, I think, Faith for minority contractors. Do you have that number?
Yep, it's the land bank's phone number, and then I can give you my extension.
Sure.
Alex gave you Michael's card.
Okay. Oh, well, here, then I'll say it out loud for people. Wait a minute. No, wait. I've got Michael Freeman cards. I've got all his phone numbers.
So the office number is 810 257 3088.
3088. What's your extension?
My extension is 539.
Extension 539. Okay, extension 539, because that's important, that minority contractors need to know how to get in contact with the land bank. And when those seminars or that open session, please make sure we know, because I will be there. I want to be there. I want to see the process, and I want to create a better relationship with the bank. And I know how crucial it is, because when I worked in economic development, Jim Duren and I first meetings to figure out what was going on, and they were good. Monthly, we set up meetings to meet with the land bank, because it's about how do we bring new business here. When we bring new business here, they don't want to see a trash, blighted out buildings and structures. So we don't want to, we look like what we are. So we've got to.
We need contractors. I mean, for us to hit this goal. So we need also assistance for the infrastructure, right? I used to serve on the Economic Development Corporation for the city. And so these businesses that I would have been encouraging us to invest in, and help people, give them the money for all of their training, licensure, hiring as well, because it's a need. And obviously, if this, this amount of money is coming through, it's an opportunity to grow local businesses. So I'm with you, and we will be working with, whether it's chamber or troubleshooting with the city with your economic development. You have an interim director, I think, right now, and looking at how do we start supporting these minority and women-owned businesses. I'm right there with you. I mean, for me too, more contractors is better pricing, it us as well. So it's just, and it also jobs, and maybe some of the ways of these companies will be buying land bank houses that we're able to develop someday in partnership. And maybe one day too, the land bank will be more involved in doing real estate development too. Like that's kind of my hope and pipe dream, that we can get into doing more than just demolition, and that we can actually even help put back as well.
And I agree with it. And I like as we have more open dialogue. Now, here's one of my other things. We had 94.7 million for our ARPA funds. I believe you got 77 million. And we do not own any of these homes that you're tearing down. The city doesn't. They're all land bank homes. That I don't like using our ARPA dollars to fix this problem, the city of Flint problem. So if we look at our ARPA dollars, this is, I believe, and Judy's right, there's about 17% of our ARPA dollars are going to tear down blighted homes. Because, and I appreciate the leverage part where we have a May 1st deadline. So the pressure is really on. Can't be too much dialogue or thinking it over. We have blight, we have a problem. We do have to use, and it's a problem. It's a problem everywhere. And using our ARPA dollars, I wish we could use it for something else other than land bank owned homes, because we don't own these. Not our homes anymore. They are technically the county's. So, but we have to fix it. We have to fix it. So we have to work.
We are not the county.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
Okay,
apologize.
yeah.
You're the land bank. I apologize.
It's like saying Bishop
right.
Airport's the city. It's
Yep.
like we're an authority, and
Correct.
we're separate and distinct. So, and we are like the holding place for the properties after foreclosure. We take down the orphans, and I wish these properties came with money.
But they don't.
And they don't. We get about $825,000 from the treasurer's office a year to take care of everything that we have.
And
So that's why, but
yeah, and I get it. And what I'm saying, and I get what you know, had an at-length conversation where I stand on this.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
You do. And beautifying and neighborhoods look better. I just think it's so much of it for the city of. I wish you had money in your budget first to do something else, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
I
it's
do too.
yeah, right. But it rests on everyone's shoulders. And I appreciate the leveraging of the dollars to get a problem that's out of control. There are 60 homes in the 6th ward that is on this. That's not the homes that need to, because I think one that you've already added for emergency tear down, which would make that 61. Then another one that should have been torn down probably 10 years ago should be 62. So the criteria for picking some of these homes, I wish we had or council or the prior council input, because I ride my neighborhood and I know. So having input to add, I could come up with a lot more than my 60, and I counted mine. And my list I keep, and I don't have my iPad that I keep a running, go by, it up, and see who owns the homes. And for me, I just want to make sure, let's get them all in there while we're doing it. So if you need to leverage more dollars, for me, it's let's get it done, because if you can get more dollars to get more taken care of, let's do that and working cooperatively to beautify Flint, because we need it. We need it. And no one wants to live next door to the home or across the street that is just burnt out, should be torn down, trees growing out of it, raccoons living in it, groundhogs and rats. No one wants to live next. I don't want that on my block. People don't even want it in the city. So I appreciate this program. I just wish we didn't have to use our ARPA dollars because there's so much that needs to be done in Flint coming from a water crisis, a pandemic, and using these dollars we didn't have, but we have to. We have to. And so this May 1st deadline is a hard line, I understand, for you with the breakdown of the dollars, with having the breakdown that you gave, and I appreciate your
Point of
presentation.
information.
What's your point of information?
Where's you getting this May 1st deadline from?
So all the partners, everyone who's committed right now to that pie, they're with, like, they have to commit their funds. So county is looking at how they're going to commit their ARPA dollars. Foundation is getting into a new funding cycle, so they have a May 2nd meeting with their foundation as well. So it's basically like everybody is trying to make decisions funding that they have. And so I've for a significant amount from each one of these organizations, and they're basically like, they have whether or not is this whole picture going to come together or not, because if it doesn't come together, then they have other funding priorities.
So point of information, that includes the
What's your point of information, Councilman
That
May?
state, you put a May 1st deadline on them as well?
No, they don't have they still are working through all of their internal processes on how they're going to allocate their 100 million. But it's very creative, as you said before. We'll look at this as being you guys now have put together a pool, almost $40 million or $39 million, and you need $6.5 million to finish it. That is very compelling as far as a city county partnership.
Okay, Mr. I don't know, is it Director Freeman?
Just Michael.
Just my,
Just call
and
me
I met
Michael.
your dad, and he's very charming.
Oh, my dad's a piece of work.
That's
So-
okay. Me and him are going to be buddies. Open invitation.
You probably all will have open invitation beer in his front porch.
That's right, and I'm going to take him up on it.
You should.
Yeah. So when we get to when we have the scoring sheets,
Yeah.
Can you explain like scoring goals, just like across one of them? Because when we put in these documents,
Yeah.
are going to be available online, correct?
So basically, if you go within the presentation, I did the inspect and select demolitions following resident priorities. So it shows how we actually create up with a scoring metric. So houses next door to occupied properties, like that is a 9.5 out of 10. Houses in areas with more
Mr.
people.
Freeman,
Oh.
can you go like across? Because let's say, okay, the first column and it's on the spreadsheet itself. Parcel number, then the number, the street number, the street and the street address. Then you have the score.
Sorry,
I'm
I
so-
don't-
no, oh,
I
I'm
didn't have my own copy. So, okay, the adjusted score,
Yes.
cumulative store density score. So all those are basically all of the adjacent score. Are you near occupied properties? Is it a high density area? Like all these different scoring things. So these are the ratings that are given to all of them. So we can just give a very objective, quantified number. So, because I mean, before, you just pick and choose. No, we don't do that. We follow the numbers, and so the higher it is, so score would be a high score, or you can see how it all play out. But there again, this was done assuming that right, we can only take down 138 properties, and you got 2,000 down. You have winners and losers, and so funding strategy that I came up with was ideally how can we hit all of it, so it's less material about the scoring on it, more about is it an unfunded demo? Will we get to every single one of them? Because into the, they're just poor condition properties. It's maybe on the fence about, is it a demo candidate? Could someone, that's why I'm trying to do this stuff too. I want to get as much, if this is where we can actually get people interested in rehabbing houses, all day long. I'll try, if people show they have the wherewithal and they can fix it up, I'd rather work with them and I'd rather preserve the house and I'd rather save money on demolition and I'd rather increase the tax base. But that's just not always, but we will do that. That's why also inspection stuff that we're doing right now, important. I need to know real time what's happening with every single property. That's why even with the list that we've provided you with, I need to get your feedback. You need to tell me where the problems are. What, like, are we off? Someone called me the other day. She's like, this isn't on your demo list. And I drove past it. I'm like, clearly it needs to be on there. So some will slip under the crack or through the cracks, but we'll figure it out. And then I will work with you all and I will find what's happening in your ward. Where are you getting calls? Where do we first? I mean, we're not going to do vacuum. And your 16 million is still your $16 million, right? When it comes in our hands. And just like with our CDBG funds, we actually do ask the city, all right, where do we go? We don't make the decisions for the city. We can make recommendations and say, hey, these are good demo candidates, but ultimately the city that dictates and we explain, they're like, well, why did you demo this and that? Because it wasn't on our list. Well, how do I get this property on my list? I'm like, city, and let them know that CDBG, you should be prioritizing this property if you really want it to come down.
So you would encourage our residents to look at which homes, if they're not on there, to add them.
Yeah, I mean, we'll inspect
And to take
them
a
too.
look at, take a look at them.
Yeah, you might get
Make a-
we'll look at it because essentially some people might just want a vacant lot next door and the house is just fine. So we want to verify that. And you'll say, okay, you know what? They're right. The foundation's cracked. It's filled with water. It looks fine on the outside. We just demoed some stuff with Habitat over on 7th.
7th is coming up. We just
Seven-
sold it.
Okay, so but they look great on the outside, and I walked up. I'm like, "What's wrong? These look like great houses that could be rehabbed." And they're like, "Go inside." A whole different story.
Point of
Basement's filled with
information.
water.
What's
Yeah.
your point of information?
Through you to the speaker, have y'all resolved that problem with the city yet of water? Because some of them been funded and because of water. You resolved that yet?
We haven't resolved that with the city, no. And that was a reason that some of the hardest hit funds did not get, some of the hardest hit demos didn't get done, was because that was it made it too expensive. But I have in the past, and what we are going to try to do again in the future is have contractors bid to have a subcontractor basement with a vac truck and then take it to a place.
Okay, thank you. I want to get back to my question with the scoring. So if I'm looking at a score of 76, so the highest I've seen is a 76, the lowest is an 8. How does that go? Because I want people to understand.
Yeah, I mean that would divide across the city too, like even just done based on wards. So we'd look at, all the highest score ones would then get as money comes in, that's how we fund the demo.
So a high on the list is what I'm saying is a 76.
I believe
Most of them
so.
are 50 and higher. I list. Okay, because I just want that to be clear. So you're looking at the information,
Yeah.
they will know how to process it. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I'm going to go on to the second round. Is there anyone else who wants to speak in the second round?
Yeah, ma'am.
Councilman Mays,
Yeah.
you have the floor,
Madam
sir.
Chair, through you to Mr. Freeman. Mr. Freeman, was you involved in putting this resolution together?
I'm sorry?
Was you involved in working with the administration to put this resolution together?
We submitted to the city, we just submitted the scope, like basically what our activity would be in budget, but we didn't draft the reso.
I'm looking at this resolution, and it's talking about 4,000 unoccupied properties, with structures remaining 2,000 of which are unfit for sale or occupancy, and an additional 1,100 of which are in poor condition. That's your language?
I have not seen the resolution.
Well, let you look
I mean-
at it if I may. May I approach?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the unoccupied properties would also be inclusive of those properties which actually are not demo targets. So it'd be like a total. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, this would be great. I probably could have gotten this earlier. As a current possession of over 4,000 occupied properties, the structures remaining 2,000, for sale or occupancy. So those are the unfunded demos, and those are condemned. 1,100. I don't know why it says an additional 1,100. Like of those.
In addition to the 2,000, I think it means. So I think that they're saying that there's.
Because I've got to look at the wording of this day, and I'm looking at the signatories, and that's why I'm asking what type of input have y'all had on this actual resolution?
I'll defer to Faith, being that she knows the numbers pretty well. So
I think.
You
Didn't write the
think.
res. I didn't write the reso. I think
Let's
that what
see.
they're saying here is that there's 1,100 properties that are in poor condition. That was part of the properties that were being re-inspected for whether or not they be sold as opposed to
And would
demolished.
they be involved in this 6 million?
Properties that can be sold as opposed to demolished? No.
Okay, so we see it there, but that's not a part of your proposal. Keep going. If you see something else, I want to know. You say in the
We'll
next
fund
paragraph,
800.
which will fund the demolition of
16.
800 blighted residential commercial structures. Is that accurate, or will it be more or less? Do you know?
Sorry, I was reading.
this is right. All right. So we're raising the additional $21.3 million. So that's our responsibility to come with those. 2,400. It's actually 2,415, I think, is the total, which would be city and county. Is resolved, authorizes.
2,410 should be 2,415.
The number of demolitions would actually.
Yeah,
vary
when you
with-
combine
yeah.
both.
Well, and vary based on the costs that we get when we demo them and remediation and good things. But
Right.
yeah.
Okay, now let me ask this question. I've heard you say to the council members today that they can come to your office and have input. But I'm looking at the council, and I know we'll have time, whether you're here or not, to discuss this resolution. But I'm concerned about getting input in the resolution, not just somebody's word.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna caution my colleagues, you know, this resolution to me, over appropriate issues, and I don't know if that'll be Suzanne Wilcox, Mr. Neely himself, but that's nothing you about. I'll see if we can fix it in the resolution, because I'm not ready to spend 16 million. You giving me input, but I'm voting myself out of input and transferring the money and not looking back. The things that we talked about is important to me, even when it comes to rehabs and new bills. I know politics well enough. When you finna move 16 million, and I'm looking at signatories, all of the signatories is there except for Council President Mays. Now, I'll sign it. It's 5 or more votes, but I'm gonna say to my colleagues, don't give away 16 million and ain't got yourself away 16 million. And they talk about leveraging money. I've already said I wouldn't mind another 4 million to go for youth bill and putting new property, some of these vacant lots in a partnership. So I've enjoyed listening. I've enjoyed your open door policy. But I've got to now look at who I'm authorizing as city officials to do things necessary to fund and demolish. It ain't got me. And I know what that normally means when we pass something. That means you'll be talking to Suzanne Wilcox, Neely, and somebody else. And I don't know who. So I've heard what you said on the record. But I've got some housekeeping to do as it relates to this resolution. That's why it concerns me about May 1st. I don't mind a special meeting Madam Chair. And when I say Madam Chair, I'm referring to Finance Chair and or Ms. Herkenroder, who I appointed as chairperson of the ARPA Fund. But what you're saying is fine. But what we have to do now, and if it's a May 1st deadline, what's the day today? April the 6th? Then I think we need a special meeting with some folks, maybe aside from you. Because I believe your honesty as it relates to council people contacting you, having input, but I also know politics. Is it something else that y'all need to call to my attention, ma'am?
Yeah, she had, her comment was, is that there an amendment within the resolution which would actually specifically state about council priorities, about like numbers actually then being part of the decision-making process.
I'm up for that amendment.
Because essentially then that keeps, I mean, I looked like everything that's in your council language, this is our document. It's what we've submitted to you that we would do. And then like kind of the summary that may or may not need to be cleaned up a little bit in that first paragraph, as you said, so it lends to some sort of clarity.
Madam Chair, let me see what he's talking about. I want to get up and see what he's
Yeah, go ahead, please, Mr. Councilman Mays.
Right here. This section, and then it has.
Councilman Mays, it is a part of your packet in the resolution.
So all of this is like, this is all of our stuff, so the resolution was based on. Okay.
Okay, so I see the resolution. Now let's see if I see what you, okay, that's the one you're referring to. And so your suggestion is that I might want to include the summary in an amended resolution of some sort, but I've got to now look at the details of the summary. I'm not trying to get
No, I
y'all into
understand.
that. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm trying to cover myself when I vote for 16 million.
Sure.
And particularly when I'm doing it under a time frame.
Yeah.
My 16 million in that May 1st deadline is just important to me as the state 6 million without a May 1st deadline.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that I don't know what the state.
Yeah.
They might say yeah, they might say no, but it's a part of the.
Right.
So, you know, I might want my vote contingent upon all parties. But this resolution don't read. We've got to pass ours and then wait to see unknown, or you've had conversations. Because I know how to word a resolution where we can wait to see what happens with the unknown.
Yeah. So basically, you know, I think that there needs to be some definitive indication to the potential funders that it's like, let's say, as they look at you and say, we're not committing unless we know the city's on. And that it quite easily, like you could say, all right, if you are able to raise, or like, I'll commit. If you all sign on the dotted line, okay, we will commit the 60. They're going to want an ironclad.
16 million.
Or 16 million. Sorry.
16 million. Not
30
1600.
million.
I come up with 1600, man, and I'm broke.
Right. So essentially, the 30 million people are going to want to know that the 16 million will be there if they commit and will commit.
I understand, and I'm just
like the feedback I got was like, well, you think that city council is going to buy into this?
I
And I
think
said,
city
really hope
council
so.
will buy into it, but I don't want them to buy into it too fast, caught up into something. So I'm having this dialogue with
Point of
you.
information.
What information?
Green, no, this is not going to be a question, but I wanted to let our president understand that during our meeting, where the ARPA committee and met with the land bank and the county officials, the county told me that they are not going to vote unless the Approves it.
Make
And
that in the form of a
question.
question.
Did you know?
No, I didn't. Now let's keep moving. So I'll help you.
Thank you.
I'll help you, but it's got to be
Yeah.
proper because I can't discriminate.
Okay, so the
So-
city did say that, or the county rather.
The county
They
did
just
say
were.
that, correct.
Okay.
Did you know that they said?
I should have the flow,
Yeah.
the point of
Thank you,
information.
Councilman Mays, you do have the
But
floor.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
But when you're you're getting criticized for how meetings is conducted and you're all on the news and, I like to laugh and talk, but it just ain't the way.
Right.
So excuse our adequate, word decorum, and it should be common sense.
Yeah.
We'll deal with that in the future. Thank you, Madam. So what we're doing here, Mr. Freeman, and what I'm doing here, because I can't control but one vote, mine. But I need some sensible council people. And there's certain people I rely on to be sensible. When we get to this resolution, see some amendments and changes that we need to do, but I'm only one vote. I'm going to attempt to transfer 16 million in a partnership. Hearing what's being said, Ms. Herkenroder. But if they're saying
Point of
that,
information.
What's your point of information?
My name is Miss Priestley. Did you know that?
that is the proper, Miss Priestley, I appreciate that. I'm going to tell you this, Miss Priestley. We need to do the same thing. If the county wants those assurances, we need to have those assurances as well. And I can kind of see folks who have signed off and who had input on this resolution. And so now it's our turn. So when we get to that work, Mr. Freeman, I can appreciate you being candid and communicating, you and your staff. It's proper for me after this special order to go through amendments. It don't pass here tonight except from committee to council, then final approval at council. I have all weekend to go over amendments and do that nature. I kind of want it to happen, but I'm not going to be singing kumbaya and patty cake and all a certain way in front of the public and the council as it relates to the bank without some specific guarantees. And I've talked about some of them in my earlier communications, new bills, rehab, minority and other contractors. Should we keep some in-house? How much will new bills and rehab cost? Should our politicians get it?
Point of information. Those some of the things you want to add in is an amendment change in the resolution.
Oh, I'm getting at it, yeah.
I just want.
Yeah, I'm getting
Thank
at
you.
it. And I don't know who on the council is up for it because, see, I've watched this council. And sometimes they'll kill the messenger just because who the messenger is. That's why I'm asking what y'all hear so some of this can be heard. And so I know what I think I know. I want to do what's best for the community. I want to support partnerships with the land bank and whatever. But I know what I know, what I know, what I know. Once you stroke the pen and pass the money, if you ain't put some things in place, you out of it. So I appreciate you. I see what work I got to do. I see what my overall blight vision is as it relates to demolitions, as it relates to what they want to call structural blight deficits, if I'm picking up a term, as it relates to new builds and property that you own that can transfer, whether it's $20, $100, $200, as it relates to new builds, people's houses, and all of that I want to fund. And I'm up for partnerships. But just like the county, the city ain't gonna do it. I think I'm hearing Ms. Priestley say the county. I got a call who used to be on the council, and he asked me, he asked me, would I be up for this? Just like I get a call from the chief of helicopters and all kind of things. I tell them straight up, yeah, it looked like something. But then when it gets to the detail, I would be a fool not to try to dot my I's and cross my T's and get stuff done. While I move 10 million, 16 million, or 20 million. I think we with 5 votes from what I'm hearing, I think, but I hope we don't foolishly do it under some false time frame of May the 1st and ain't dotted our I's and crossed our T's. Now, why is the first deadline coming? Because of the season?
May 2nd is the Mott Foundation Board of Directors meeting where they have to make the final $8 million. So Ridgeway said he had to have this in their hands before the 2nd. So the $8 million, and so you can, this is the Jenga house where like you pull one piece, like if Mott's out, that's 8 million of the big picture that's gone.
So
And
I'm understanding that if Ridgeway White and the Mott Foundation see 16 million from the city, they don't care about the state. They don't care about the county.
no, they care about the county. They're
Okay,
not,
so
they're not doing that because the sequence is the county said, we're not going to do it unless the city's in. If the city's in, the county is going to be in for their 8 million. And the Mott Foundation says, all right, if you guys are going to get along and actually pay for this program where 94% is in the city, then 8 million, we'll put in another $8 million.
that's what the Mott Foundation is saying.
That's what Mott
So
Foundation.
the Mott Foundation is first at the city and the county.
Yeah.
And then everybody else will worry about the state later.
Yep.
Have the
Because
county.
our money, we've already committed. Like our money is going to go in one way or another.
Well, y'all got that little money compared to
We don't. All that.
I'm
Point
being
of order.
sarcastic.
Yeah. no, it's
What's
all
your
right.
point of order?
It is now 8 p.m. Three hours after we committee meeting. Are we gonna wrap with this anytime soon? There's
Well,
no
Miss-
time limit.
Well, Ms. Worthy, that is an improper use of a point of order.
Absolutely not.
Yes, yes, but we do have to allow him this time to communicate.
We,
And if
we also have business.
Thank you. Continue, please,
See.
Councilman Mays.
Now they done got me started. Excuse me. Look, you out of order, Ms. Worthy. You out of order.
That Councilman
Now, I'm
Mays.
just gonna tell you, all of that foolish, if blight and crime is number one, I wouldn't care if we sat and talked with them for a day and recessed and came back the next day. I ain't studying what you're talking about. That's just foolishness. I wouldn't care if we spent a day fighting another day on crime. And we talking about moving 16 million, foolishness. And it's the same folks from the same wards when the same folks talk me. I'm getting tired of it. See, I didn't survive on this council being foolishness. Everybody across the city know blight is an issue. And people can do and say what I act in here. You know, something happened at the house and you're dealing with your grandkids and others. Act like you ain't. Because that's how I'm gonna survive politically. Here's somebody checking somebody on a serious conversation about life. They're gonna do the same thing on crime. I spend a half a day on blight and crime when I'm moving 20, 30, 40 million. Oh, can we get this over with? Oh. And if you ain't careful on how you do it, they'll set the narrative. Now here I'm trying to dot my I's and cross my technical thing. She done interrupted when I'm hearing what Ridgeway White saying about a board meeting on May the 2nd so I can get an understanding and try in a deliberate, professional way. Now, Chair,
Mr. Mays,
yeah.
can we just continue on and not argue and?
Well, you don't like my style of politics, but I am a politician. Ain't nobody set the narrative on me. You might, I didn't like what happened and was said. So
I understand that. We just move on.
now I'm moving on, but I'm going to tell you, Ms. Priestley, as you said in that chair, I'm going to tell you this. You, her, or nobody else going to dictate this elector's way of communicating. It ain't so much for y'all in the risk. It's for the public. It's for the public. I represent a dilapidated ward from Carpenter Road to Stewart, from Carpenter to Stewart, and from Sagan to Martin Luther King. And when I come to Fourth Ward and look at some of your houses in your ward, they just as tore up and bad as in the first ward. So I ain't studying what Miss Worthing talking about. I ain't studying what you talking about, trying to protect and help us. You should have kept her mouth shut, because that's what we did when she talked. So that's my politics. Might not have nothing to do with you and hers. I'm gonna call it a cultural award difference and gonna make a point about it. Well, he doesn't have proper decorum.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Thank you. What is your point of order?
The speaker is mocking people, talking about unrelated things. We have Mr. Freeman and his staff has asked no questions, has not directed anything towards them. I would ask that the chair please move this meeting along.
Thank you, Councilwoman Worthing. I want to be clear when we're talking about a point of order per Robert. It says when a member thinks that the rules of the assembly are being violated, he can make a point of order. At this point, there is no rules. He can talk and express.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I wasn't, what, I would like to finish, Ms. Worthing, please. I was not complete. The speaker was not finished, and we have to state technically when it is a point of order, what rule has been broken.
I appeal the ruling. You deny my point of order.
No, I'm not denying. You allow me patiently. You're speaking impulsively. There is an appeal to the ruling of the chair. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Councilman Mays, you have the floor,
Madam
sir.
Chair, let me wrap this up. I've done my politics. I'm gonna get back to the business because my point has been well made. I think, and hopefully the residents I represent think. When she interrupted, I was learning something about the May 2nd Board of Director meeting and what Mr. Ridgway White said on behalf of my foundation. You recall?
No, they have to make funding decisions at this point, and basically that have it on the meeting.
On May the 2nd. And that's where that May deadline came.
It wasn't anything forceful or arbitrary. It's just he has a timeline. If he's going to make an $8 million commitment.
Oh, I understand. And that's why I talked about special meetings if need be, trying to tighten up the resolution. I know exactly what I was doing and why I was saying. And it kind of threw me off in my train of thought when I heard somebody play it cavalier. And I look at folks and didn't interrupt nobody. And I don't appreciate people taking president's conversation cavalier. But I watch folks in Washington, D.C. in the biggest branch of all called the Senate. And I watched them when that black lady was trying to be appointed to the Supreme Court. And so that's why I know legislative branch, whether it's 50 or 100 of them, Democrat, Republican, or whether it's 9. So I'm comfortable inside my political skin, and I'm comfortable and calling folks name and do and interrupted me when I'm trying to take care of some business. And I'm going to continue to take care. But I hope I can draw the conscience and get some things straightened out. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. You would like the floor, sir?
Yes, I would like to put a motion on the floor to move resolution 220149, demolish blighted structures, City of America Rescue Plan Act, council.
There's a motion on the floor to move 220149. I took my card. Give me a second. Okay. 220149, demolition structures and American Rescue Plan funding to council. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Herkenroder?
I support.
It's been properly second. Is there any
Yeah,
discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we done had knockdown when this council president and others broke ranks with the agenda. Knockdown drag out. Now here we on a special order. The resolution further in the agenda, and some of the ones who these motions knocked down brother, the councilman, the president from the far north side, the first ward, knockdown drag out. Now, I just finished talking about amendment. I ain't tripping. A motion is in order. I'll do my work over the weekend, but we in committee. And work should be done in committee before it's moved to council. If it's gonna be a point one with amendment, I was finna hear a motion for an amendment. Don't matter what happened with this motion for me. I like to be a part of this, Mr. Freeman. But I'd like to do it the right way. I'm no race. Times I done made the news. I don't be keeping, but I don't keep up with Mid-Michigan Now and Channel 3, and I ain't racing. I moved 16 million. What I'm racing though is for perfection. I'm racing for good government and good service of the people in these wards as it relates to this resolution. Now, if we move from committee to council amendment, I'm gonna see if I can amend it by the time we get to Monday. So I'm gonna let my colleagues decide. I've said what I had to say. I made good point. They think they know about leveraging money. See, you leveraging money, and I appreciate it. My foundation, state of Michigan, the county. We got 94 million right here to leverage 4 million more for rehab and new fields. And this is an opportunity. I need to leverage 1 million more maybe for backyards. I'm know a little bit about leveraging money, but it ain't the leverage. I know your way of leveraging, and I'm gonna try to make sure it happens. You put together a good pack, but then I also got some things to do.
Understand.
And now we got a good blight elimination program. We did it only with demolition and but I want to show the public we can do some rehab and some new bills with youth bill for one, because we can create jobs for young folks. So I've done my work, and you helped me tremendously, and I needed to know about that, Madam Chair, that I kept hearing. Ain't the April 6th?
Yes, it is.
Got a long time between.
Have you ever tried to get a contract out of the city?
Huh?
Contract out of the city?
Man, you out of order. If I was the chair, I would rule you out of order. I don't like the way he talked to Mr. Freeman. Hey, look, check this out, Mr. Freeman. I'm going to say this. We can call a meeting within 18 to 24 hours. Today is Wednesday. We could have a special meeting Friday and still be ready for Monday. I don't think it's necessary. We got some tremendous problems with attendance. Tremendous. And some of the ones who have the worst attendance record, why can't he be quiet? So I'm asking. I've been blessed to be here to do my work. I think only me once I was wrongfully in jail. He wasn't wrongfully in jail. He was supposed to be in there. Well, that's what you say. So I'm conscious. I bet you're going to have a vote on one resolution successfully one way or another, whether it's as is or amended. I know people. If I say yes, they say. If I say no, they say yes. If I say the sky is blue, not really, it's kind of white because of all the clouds. I know how to get stuff done. But this is serious. I'm going to try to get it done right. I'm going to try to do some blight and some public. I'm tired of folks getting shot, killed, 8,000 complaints stacked up in the detective bureau. That's my first 5 minutes on this first round of the motion. You got more complaints stacked up in the detective bureau than houses. Demolition. I think I know how to fix both. God bless you. God bless your organization. And God bless the citizens of the city of Flint. I got 5 more minutes if I want it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Anyone else like to speak in this first round? Councilman Murphy, you have the floor, sir.
So much. Thank you for all of you guys coming out. It's been a long 3 hours with special order. It's clear to me we got houses in all stores that need to be demolished. It's clear that I did not specific in here. I know we got a list, all of us. I got 352 houses or that need to be demolished. If we need to do some amendments, we can also do some amendments on the floor at council if we need to do some additional amendments. On my colleagues, it's late in the day. We have been here for a long time on this one specific piece. We all agree we need to get some houses demolished. If we need to make some amendments, make amendments at the council meeting. We got a whole 4 different committees go through. And then this is just a long 3 hours talking about what we that we need to get the houses demolished. If we don't agree with houses that need to be going in, we'll just go find the ones that y'all want. Let's go on and get done with it. Come on. It do not take no rocket scientist to know we need to get these done. And all I'm saying is move forward. Call for the question. I'll call for the question.
There's a call for the question.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Work.
I second that.
It has been properly seconded. Roll call for call to the question.
Mr. Murphy? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 3 yes, 2 no. I'll call
Point
for
of
the
order.
question.
The vote is 3 yes.
Point of order.
Ms. Worthing, did I get Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Apologies. So wording it
It's four yes and 2 no.
4 yes, no? So the vote is 4 yes, no. It fails. In this, are you done? Or if you have the floor for the first round, are you done, sir?
Okay, since it didn't pass, all I'm saying is if y'all amendment, so y'all can on whatever I need to do though, but I'm ready to move forward with these demo dollars. We've been here for 3 hours. I'm for real. This is a long time. I was just talking about one specific. We all know we want to get some houses demolished. So for real, all of this just standing here for a long time. That's uncalled for. I'm done.
Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak in the first round? Is there,
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Carter, you have the floor, ma'am?
you know what? We all want to get this done. And yes, we've been in this for 3 hours. But I'm just going to say this. It's rude. It's rude to call without letting your other colleagues speak on an issue. It's very rude. And these are some of the issues that's going on with this council. We have a council, people on this council that's all about I, me, and my. Come on, we gotta all work together. And that was rude. So I'm just saying, and if you guys want this to move to council, consider everybody's input on this. Now I'm gonna make an amended motion to move, gonna move it to special affairs. And if there's gonna be any amendments to it, we can do it in special affairs. So I'm gonna make a motion that we move resolution 220149 special affairs before it moves to council, so that everybody can be considered. Come on, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion to move item number 220149 to
Madam,
special affairs?
Madam
Councilman
Chair,
Mays?
I second that motion.
It has been properly second. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Mays?
yes, I just had a discussion and from Ernst and Young. My question to him was, does rehab the new bill qualify? His answer was yes, for a variety of reasons. I also called, for those who could see, Mr. Edwards into that low power. And Mr. Edwards, on behalf of the administration, Ms. Winfrey Carter, will be checking to see if they're opposed to that. And so I'm gonna be praying, hoping that we can add in this same resolution for the 16 million. I don't know how it'll happen, but I know that youth program that you're talking about. And there's other programs too with folks and others that can demonstrate, particularly when you talk about the structural blight of some things that we can demonstrate in this community as you do your good work. And as I want to also prove and get that in. So I really appreciate your amendment, Ms. Carter, because that's exactly where I'm headed. And anybody who don't believe what I talked about, there go Brian from Ernst & Young, and there go Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards will do some things where the administration stands on one of the amendments. The other amendment is I appreciate what Mr. Freeman said about council, but it's going to be some amendments regarding that, hopefully as well. And then we can help you get to know some of our wards. I appreciate the ward breakdown. And I'm looking forward to the overall partnership. And I keep telling people I'm 64. They can think that I'm playing, but I'm serious. I want the community, and I said, when I say God, I don't play with that. I want us to do right and effective and a model for the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Anyone else would like to speak in the first round of moving 09 to special affairs?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Murphy Carter, you have the floor.
Okay, my motion to move this to special affairs is, was made strictly because there are a few amendments that need to happen to the resolution as far as council members' input. And I know that I can call you, but I do want it in the resolution that I want to work together with the land bank to make sure that these goals are inclusive of, because I drive around my ward and I see certain, structures that need to be demoed immediately. And the other reason is to, guys, if we're gonna work together, let's consider everybody's input. And if there are councils that want to make amendments, let's not move it to council. Let's stop it by special affairs. Let's work on those amendments. And when we get to council, we can vote on it. I think that's fair. So I'll be voting yes, move this to special affairs.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy Carter. Would anyone like to speak in the first round?
Information, Madam Chair.
What's your point of information?
I'm thinking Mr. Freeman was a Boy Scout because he held his hand up.
That would be a Girl Scout if it was bad, I believe. Mr. Freeman, would you like the floor?
I just have one question related to the introduction of language into the contract that allows for individual council member input in the administration of the contract. You are a body that to have, you follow Robert's rules. And then I find what's going to be interesting is that with each individual council member, do they maintain complete authority over any decision within their ward that does not have to be voted on by, like, let's say you want something radically different done in your ward, are you going to authorize one deputized within the contract to then administer, maintain, and manage those efforts? Because I used to work for, right, and I used to do this work in their community economic development office, and basically once you kind of deputize an individual to have authority on contract administration, do I listen to you, or do you have to get everybody else on the council as one body? Does that make sense? Or any, if you give me a directive, council, Ward 1, you say, I'm in my ward. So basically, am I to understand that I direct any other council member to follow that dictum or dictate? Or do you have a dictate that I will have to? So it's been requested that in Ward 1, I do this. And that does then council all have to vote whether or not I follow that directive from the individual. I just think from a contract, following a contract, of who do I listen to? Who is the authorized for me to take direction from? I mean, in an informal way, and I expressed to you, I'm a very,
And I think we have a councilman that conferring with with our legal. But Councilman, go ahead.
What you said already on the record, when people in, and what we're saying in this resolution, once we pass, we ain't involved in authorizing all city officials. The city state and others will authorize that. We might want to say authorizing all city officials, including consultation with the land bank on certain demolitions. Don't decide it. And so I think we can word it a certain way, but if we give that up, we ain't seen the contract yet. We would never see the contract. So I think we'll figure out how to do it in the council, legal and whatever. But I hear your concern.
Yeah.
But y'all will be the shot callers. But you already said we can come and have
Right.
input.
Right.
We just want to make sure we ain't authorizing nobody to keep us out.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I think I've expressed to you that
I believe.
I'm an honest person and I mean what I say, and I will work with everybody in good faith. Even if we agree, I want to still relationship. So
Thank you. Councilman Winfrey Carter, are you complete with your, because you had the floor. Are you done?
And actually, I just wanted to piggyback off of what Councilman made. My perspective is when I said it is that I want to make sure that we're not leaving out any burnout in the fifth ward. So I want to make sure that I will be able to add those, if need be, and other properties that I see that need to be. So that's what I mean by council member input. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Else would like to speak in the first round of item number 220149. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round? Councilwoman Durkee-Roeder?
I did just want to clarify special affairs.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted
To
to,
special
yeah.
affairs. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round? Well, I'm going to speak in the first round. After that, we'll go to the second. Whether I agree or disagree with what my colleagues say, I appreciate Mr. Freeman, you and your staff saying, this is 30 years in the making. There has been a tremendous loss of population. Solving it for myself, I believe, allowing and sharing space. So I want to make sure we're doing it right. I don't always agree with certain things, but allowing space for others is what to do to be, for me, to be fair. I'm not going to rush it because it did not rush. I respect your deadline. Let me clarify that. Way ahead of your deadline. If I'm sideburn, it's because I'm asking our legal, because I'm not an attorney. That's why I confer with him to make sure we're going to be in a timely manner handling it. I will not rush it because, and I know you want it to be right, because at the very end of that, we all celebrate together, because that means we did a good job, the administration, the council, and working with the land bank to clear up a problem that has happened over a 30-year time period. So for me, it's important to get it right, because you're going to look really good when you're handling this, and all the blight is torn down, and that's what we want. And Flint's going to look really good. So, for my colleagues who want to have space, and it's been a common turn to share space, I show up for all meetings, for the meetings, to make sure that I'm listening to what they're saying, because that's what I wanted to do. So for me, your deadline, I get it, respect it, and I'm going to abide by it. For me, saying things that need to be critiqued, special affairs, to add it in. If you don't get things added in beforehand, often, you miss out, and you're leading blindly. Now, I'm not willing to do that. So for me, it's important. I want the blight gone. I've been in contact with your office for, I don't know, probably before you were there. And it's important that we do it right, because if this ever happens again, this is kind of like the roadmap to getting it right. So if we have a second to ask good questions and informative questions, and for you to give us good, solid answers, this is the time. We're in committee. And in committee, we do the work, which a lot of my colleagues have actually stated. I'm going to end now. We're going to go on to the second round. Is there anyone in the second round who would like to speak?
Big Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays, you like the floor? You've got it.
We don't have a partnership at the end of the day. That's what I think. It's going to be controversial because of land bank and our money and property in Flint and so forth and so on. And I'm up for controversial moves. But if this thing bad is amended, Mr. Freeman and the crew, I'm going to count on you. God bless us all. And just a clean cut deal. It's very somewhat controversial. We all have an opportunity to try to get our reputations back. That's what I think. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Anyone else who would like to speak in the second round? Anyone else would like the second round? Madam Clerk, roll call to move item number 220149 as requested by Councilwoman Carter to move it to special affairs.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to move item 2014.
Madam
Resolution authorizing use of ARPA funding to demolish blighted structures in the city of Flint. Councilman Mays.
Madam Chair, if you will you explain to Mr. Freeman if he already know what that vote means, when it'll happen, and maybe when it'll go to council?
Thank you. Mr. Freeman, it means Monday. We have special affairs, which our vice chair, Ally Harkenroder, chairs that right before our meeting where we're 4:30. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And so I'm getting all my times wrong because I'm hungry, but, and I know you probably are too. It will go to Monday, 4:30, and we will discuss any amendments during that time, or we will have that, and we'll do work during that committee. After that committee, then it goes to council, where President Mays chairs. He's the president of the council. He will chair that meeting. So that's the process that it goes.
Maybe will it be necessary for me to do any additional information or
No, but I
going to
think,
be prepared for
no, I think it is always a good idea because I have the answer for you to be here or some of your staff,
Oh, yeah.
because there's questions like this has been the issue years in the making. So if they have questions, if you can be here so we can get involved in special affairs, so we can get it to council and get it passed and get it out of here and get it, let's get going with it. So I think it's, I would love to see you here for
Absolutely.
special affairs and your staff, so we can move it out of special affairs to council, so we can vote it up, vote it down, and fix it. But I appreciate you coming and your staff for taking the time. You were very professional, and I do need all of those numbers too. So, thank you,
Madam Chair,
Councilman Mays.
through you, Attorney Kim, would a legal office be available for us as it relates to these amendments?
Of course.
I want, of course. Y'all hear that? Of course. I heard, of course. I ain't the only one who heard, of course. Look like we might be all right for special affairs and council meeting. Thank you, Attorney Kim.
Madam President.
Councilman Murphy.
Oh, I would like to move resolution 22009 220114 220140.
Could you repeat that last one? I got 2201.
Okay, hold on. 2014 220140 22041 2204142 2204143 to council with any separation.
There's a motion on the floor by Councilman Murphy to move number 22059, 0114, 220140, 220141, 220142, 220143, 220149. Move. Did I move too fast? Oh, not. Thank you, Janelle, because we've already did that. Goes to special affairs. Thank you. Not 149, because that's one to special affairs, to move it to council.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Worthing.
I second that.
It has been so properly second.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Worthing.
I'd like to separate 220059 and 220114.
Okay, you would like to separate item number 2059 and 220114. Councilman Mays.
Madam Chair, through you to Suzanne Wilcox. Ms. Wilcox,
She's.
Thank you. Point of order.
What?
Are we still in separation?
We're still in separations.
Okay.
Ms. Wilcox, if you get ready to approach, she might want to sit down. Leave them there alone. She might want to sit down. She might not. She might not want to stand up. In fact, my question is about this 1827 Shalon property. How is this sale of city-owned property going down? You have information on that?
I am sorry, I don't have the agenda in front of me, so the resolution, your question you're asking regarding what?
Yeah, under what policy or sale type of policy is this sale happening? It's a resolution for sale of city-owned land, 1827 Shalon. Are you for that?
I'm sorry, this is actually something that Ms. Samantha Fountain has been working on. We work closely together, but I would
Yes.
turn to her. I believe so.
Ms. Fountain, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Fountain. Fountain here.
She's back there. I see her. Ms. Edwards, do you have information on it?
I can answer that question right there in terms of the policy that she addressed. She was looking at the policy that was adopted by the Flint City Council.
Because I'm very interested in the movement of city property, particularly residential, that relates to, and you know why. Ms. Fountain, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Fountain.
Yes, Mr.
Ms. Fountain, I'm looking at a resolution sale of city land at 1827 July, the residential property.
Yes, sir.
How did we acquire it? Do you know?
Land bank.
Beg your pardon?
It was part of the tax force process, I believe, in 2018.
Okay, let me do this. Ms. Fountain, do you know I've been trying to move this property at the folks? Is this 1827 Shalon occupied? Do you know?
Oh, it's not.
Okay, and I remember
It is
property.
not occupied.
Beg your pardon?
I'm short, sorry. To my knowledge, it's not occupied.
Okay, and I bet you drive by and look at it, I'm gonna know that property. You know who had a lot to do with proposing that we take these after they were foreclosed? You would know, do you?
No.
Were you talking? Okay, and so I'm gonna check. Somebody up $6,000.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that property is next door to a lady. I talked to her. That's a good price. I don't know what part did you use to dispose of that property called?
We used our 2019 property disposition. It was listed for 7 days publicly, and this was the highest bid that came through.
You had more than one bid.
We did.
Ms. Fountain, do you mind approaching and coming up here and hollering at me right quick?
I guess so.
Come holler at me. Approach. I'm gonna give you this card. It's got my cell number on. Can you call me about that property between now and Friday? Okay. I'm not gonna separate it. That's a good sign that I'm not going to separate it. I don't know what I'll do on Monday, but I want to talk about that because now that property, I want the other properties that we dealt with in foreclosure to get off the dime.
We're working on it.
Well, when you say we, I hope that can include me because we had people bucking up against those properties. Suzanne Wilcox was one of them. Am I right, Suzanne? Yeah. Yes, I am. It were you and Willa, Terry. You don't remember a bunch of folks didn't want us. Well, explain if I'm wrong. Tell me what your thoughts was on that foreclosed property.
We did not have a problem with disposing of those properties. Our concern was making sure that it was disposed of in a way that was open and transparent and provided an opportunity for everyone in the community to apply for those properties. That was our concern.
Ms. Wilcox, I don't believe you, once we got them, had a problem with us disposing of allegations that you, the city, and Deb Perry didn't want us to take them foreclosed properties. You wanted them to go to the land bank.
I can't speak to Ms. Cherry, but I can say that between the city attorney and planning and development, that's a true statement.
That's a true statement. That's getting that. And now here we fixing to move one a few years later for 6,000, it looks like. And I'm knowing we can do good with these properties. I heard some of my colleagues here. We don't have the capacity. We have the capacity to post and move. Experience that. How you say you posted, what, 7 days?
Yes. This has been in the process for over a year though. But
Well,
yes.
let me correct you. This is process more than a year ago. Guess who was in the process of it? You talking, not that specific way, but I'm talking, we got the foreclosures. And, you know, you're going to hear some stories about them because you're the economic development person. You see how me and Miss Wilcox had a meeting of the mind? She was talking disposal, didn't she say it was true? It was folks didn't want us to acquire property. We did. Now we need to dispose of it. And so I think we can do it. And that's why I give you my card. It's some occupied ones. You familiar with them?
Not all of them, but I know some are, and I've to at least two that are interested in purchasing.
Ms.
property.
Wilcox, as I get ready to wrap this up, I approached the guy in your department who I've talked to for a while, Bill Vandercook, and he said he couldn't talk to me anymore. You know about that?
I do.
So can she talk to me?
She's a department head, and I believe the instruction is for all communication to go through the referral process through the city administrator. However, there have been conversations. She's talking to you right now at city council. I'm not her supervisor.
Oh, you ain't her department head. She her own department
That's
head.
correct.
But now while you wasn't here, I talked to Mr. Edward, and we can ask questions. Did you get that update?
I'm sorry, when I wasn't here, what?
You wasn't here. I asked. Was in the way. He's still here now. Am I prohibited to inquiring and asking folks questions in City Hall?
Question for, he's obviously my supervisor, so I'm not going to instruct what he can or cannot.
Well, we'll talk about it. I just thought I'd have a little fun, but I'm serious about my business, and I want to get that straightened out with department heads and folks who we can ask questions, including Bill Banner.
I would ask that those questions, and as Bill has shared with you, that they come to me, and then if it would go through the referral process. That's the request we've been making of all of City Council, and that is the request that's been shared with this body.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, Miss Edwards, can you come forward? Let's try to clear this up. This is going too far. And then we'll continue with the meeting. But I'm reading employees walking around City Hall scared to talk to this gentle Councilman Mays. And I don't scared to talk to Mr. Edwards. You remember this type of conversation the other day?
I do indeed.
And so can I say we can inquire and investigate? Investigate is more formal. But what's wrong with me talking to whether it's a police officer, Bill Vandercook? Well, I'm not giving them no order. I'm just communicating. What's wrong with that? Me talking to Ryder, Bill Vandercook, anybody to get something cleared up. If you read it, because I go home and read, I can guarantee you got Attorney Kim back here. I don't know if I'm gonna vote, but this is the question, and this is what's in the chart, and you can refer to him. When it's got a definition of inquiry, I hear that. It's got a definition of inquiry in the definition section. And it says an inquiry of the council person is no different than the inquiry. I don't want to distract you when I'm making my point.
I was listening.
It says in the definition that an inquiry from an inquiry from a council person is the same. So no residents can ask questions. Now, through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, do you see that in the definition of inquiry in the definition section? Watch this on Trip. It's going to compare the inquiry of a resident and a council person is the same. They don't know I read like that. You see it, Attorney Kim? Can you read it for the record?
Yeah, and can we wrap up Councilman Mays too? I know you're making your point, so we can.
Yeah,
Bill did go off, sir.
I am right.
Thank you. Attorney Kim, can you read that,
The
please?
time with them don't count.
Right. Attorney Kim, can you read, please?
Certainly, Madam Chair. An inquiry is a request for information. There is no intention in this charter to make a distinction between inquiries made by City of Flint officials and inquiries made by private citizens.
There you go. And so, and wrapping up, and I'll wait for a second round if I have to, but I was with Ronnie Nato. Mr. Cook, him, but I couldn't get talk because of what's been told to him. I went and looked at the definition, and you can read it for yourself. If people continue to treat council people's inquiries different from a resident, we got a problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in this round? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in this round? Is there anyone else? Our second round of moving.
So, Madam Chair.
Council Mays, you have the floor.
So, Mr. Edwards, under these rules, can you respond to what people should know based upon our chart and treat certain folks different residents?
Well, first of all, let's establish the fact I said, let's establish the fact that you're not ordinary residents, that the council is elected of designated to do a job based on the charter. So there is a different definition and understanding of your, now going back to the discussion that we had here before, you asked me a direct question about being able to do inquiries. And I told you at that time, I have no problem with you asking employees questions. And we're ordering them to do. It is a matter of you can ask, but they can say and elect to go the direction of saying use the referral process. It is about their level of ease. They're not going to be told that they have to do this, but I'm also saying I'm not telling them not to do it. I'm telling them it's a discretionary call. If they feel comfortable and they're confident that they're going to give you an answer that can be backed by the administration, no problem. If they say you need to use the referral process, we're going to respect it.
Remember, I'm telling you, in this case, they say we can't talk to you. I want to clear that up.
Yeah, no.
Ms. Wilcox telling me ahead of time and seeing from that director in that department. I don't want to mischaracterize it. Could you read through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney? Read that definition of inquiry out the charter one more time. He just read it, yeah.
Read back into the record for the second time.
Yeah.
Could you please oblige him?
And if it ain't loud enough, I'll read.
Thank you.
Listen to this, Mr. Evans. Ms. Wilkes.
An inquiry is a request for information. There is no intention in this charter to make a distinction between inquiries made by the city of Flint officials and inquiries made by private citizens.
Thank you, Attorney.
So what that says to me, if a private citizen can communicate and inquire with Bill Vandercook, that's clear. So can I. If a private citizen can inquire with people in the city, so can I. That's clearly what it says. And I'm going to urge y'all to look at that. I understand where y'all coming from on you can't direct. But when you read that language about interference with the administration and giving directions, it starts out, except for inquiry and investigation. Except for inquiry, that's what you can do. So I hope we can get this straightened out, not just for my people, but for all those that I serve with in this leadership position. When I read that definition, I said, they better look at that. We are not to be treated different from residents when we move around and ask a question. Let's leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't separate that at this time, ma'am. I hope that I'm allowed to talk to you between now and Monday because I want to inquire about some things. Thank you, Mr. Edwards, Ms. Wilcox. God bless you all.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in the second round? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round? Councilwoman Herrera. I do have a question, just for clarity. Council Mays, long road, but I'm gonna take the short. So basically, Mr. Edwards, this would be to you because you are the city administrator. So council can call department heads and ask questions. Is that correct?
Is correct.
I do know that you're hired to send letters or to send written correspondence, and I do via email. Those are specific questions where you need a lot of time to answer that may be needed. Is that correct?
No. The correct situation is there that whatever the inquiry, at some point there needs to be a written communication of understanding, or else we have two people talking to each other and not possibility for unclarity. So for record's sake, it is a good idea that if you ask the department head a question, you follow it up with some form of writing to them. Response will occur, if so appropriate.
Okay, because really what I do is I tag you and everything, or, to make sure you have it when department head. But I asked Suzanne Wilcox a question and she referred me back to you. I have a serious question about park resolution. That is a problem. So with back and forth, clear that up. How far we can go, because this is back on our agenda and it's separated again because of failure to poor communication. So I just wanted some clarity with that. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. We are now master resolution to send item number 220140, 220141, yeah, I got it. 220, I just said 141, 220142, 220143, and those send them on to council.
Madam Chair, can you repeat those again, please? I think
Sure.
I missed one.
220140, 2201, 220142, 22043. Then they have separation of 2200059 and 224. Yeah. Are we on the same page?
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call to send those to council, please.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hickenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 to send those resolutions to city council. Now on to separations. Item
Madam Chair.
number 220059.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Worthing.
I move that we postpone resolution 220059 until the next committee meeting.
There. Oh, okay. She needed to be excused. There is on the floor to move item number 220059, postpone it. I didn't hear where to send it to, Ms. Worthing.
The next meeting.
Which committee? The finance?
Mhm.
To send it to the next finance meeting.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
I'll second that motion.
It has been so properly second. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there discussion? Okay, into the second round, doing it properly. Is there going into the second round? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, roll call to send item number 20059, recreation agreement, back to Finance Committee. Roll call, please. Yes.
Ms. Hickenroder?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Okay, the vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no to send item number 20059 to back to committee. On to item number 220114.
Madam Chair.
Contract Zito Construction Company, Miller Road. Councilwoman Worthing.
I'd like to make a motion on this, clarifying question from Mr. Brown first.
Absolutely. Mr. Brown, are you still here? I know the staff sits so far back, it's kind of like a runway to the podium.
One of those rotating walkways like in an airport.
Oh, good. Hi. Can we still do this Miller Road water main replacement project? Oh, we
Mr.
can't hear
Davis,
you.
if you could please, I know you're tall for a short, I know. You're like a foot taller than me. No, good genes. You have
Pick
good
the whole
genes.
thing up. It's not gonna work.
Can I ask?
Can you pick these little
Seriously.
things? Yeah, you can pick it up because this is, thank you, sir.
Is that all right if I?
Absolutely. Yes, please.
I have to Zito construction. If it doesn't go to council Monday, get passed, it will never, we have to move forward just on our own.
Thank
It's
you.
the longest we can put.
And hearing that, I'd like to make a motion that resolution 220114 move to council.
There's a motion on the floor to move item number 220114, contract with Cedar Construction Company, Miller Road Water Main Replacement to council. Is there a second?
I said,
Councilman Murphy has properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? That's for the first round. Is there any discussion for the second round? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, roll call to move item number 2204, contract Zito Construction Company, Miller Road Water Main Replacement to council.
Ms. Hurkenroder,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
The vote is yes, 0 no.
It is, the vote is 6 yes, 0 no to move item number 2201, contract Zito Construction Company, Miller Road Water Main Replacement to Monday council. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley,
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
there's a motion on the floor to adjourn.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Hurkenroder,
Support.
she supports that. Call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to adjourn.
The vote is 6 yes for the motion of the Finance Committee. It is 9:10 PM. The Finance Committee meeting is adjourned.
Oh. What's that?
Yep. I'm gonna go heat up the food though first. I think,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
okay. And then I think.
Good job. Ms. Burns, good job. Because we've got an early morning tomorrow to try to get all this together. Goodness. No, no, you can get over there.
What happened with that mile association, it was postponed. But my part was postponed.
Yes.
And the Miller Road moved to council. Special council. Pretty sure it is. You hit that hammer there, B-Ray. What's happening, man? What you got going? You still at St. Mark's?
Still here. I got questions for legislative committee, so she's.
Okay, just so you know, she and I are working with, put together, like some things for everybody, big meeting related to zoning. Just gonna say, okay, so, but I've been in touch with Dennis, even though he's away, and I'm waiting to hear back from him, so that hopefully by the end of the week I can.
Yeah, but it's not two items.
No, I just thought I'd let you know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. I thought it was more than that on the agenda. It's only, yeah. That's good. Mhm.
For
No. But I think by us being able to say it publicly, and Clyde and I are going to get together. I've had behind the scenes conversations.
so we need to postpone it.
I think you could probably just drop it, couldn't you? Can you drop it? Postpone it for a new, because well, still, but it should be just a regular person. She wouldn't be about
But they she still got to be.
tell the city to vote to drop it. And he can
Yeah.
read the resolution. Right. Knowing he'll have a solution.
Yeah.
I wonder how long everybody's going to be out of the room.
I'm ready to hit
Let's see. If you want me to, I could run out there and see if you want me to.
Can all of the council members, please start making your way to your right here. We got 2 more meetings to do.
Your meeting's gonna be quick, maybe the rest will be quick too.
Yeah.
I hope so. I'm still looking at having maybe a couple months, some come back in. Yeah, at some point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mhm. Mhm. I can't remember. I hear you. Let me call Janelle and see if she's in there, see if she can get through.
I think you want to have this one too. Oh.
Are you back there with this? Thank you, ma'am. She's gonna let them know the day to start.
I need to take a camera.
Oh. Oh, really? Where did you get that from? Yeah, I got this is a brand new. It's a what, a 13 Pro Max. Yeah, it has. I'm surprised.
Janelle. This is your package that you gave us. It don't have nothing in here but finance.
It still works?
Yeah. This agenda package that you gave us in email don't have nothing but finance. Come over.
Oh, that was today.
Yeah.
So you got to yesterday. Right there. There's click on there. There's legislative.
Okay, which
We're
one
on
do now?
government.
Okay, all right.
Five, I think we have. I would like to, the governmental operation to order. It is now 9:22 p.m. Wednesday, April. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mr. Mays,
Present.
Mr. Murphy. You. Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Rickenroder.
Present.
Present. Thank you.
Reading of disorderly persons city code subsection, section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery on disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist interrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to violators shall be removed from meetings. Public speaking. Do we have anyone for public speaking? Do we have anyone for public speaking? Council response.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Council.
That gentleman could have come in and tell alone. He did. He the only one in the public, Madam Chair, through you to him. Can he at least tell us how?
Yes.
It's good to come to a council. I've been working a lot of different jobs, been distracted. Always a pleasure to come down and see you guys go ahead and see you guys get something done.
What's your name, sir?
My name's Moore, 4709 Wisner Street. And most of all, don't give up. Yeah, let's get it done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Any other council response?
Yes. Did you kindle my brother? No wonder. His name is Moore. My sister is a Moore. Mary. Okay. I used to see you around, but I didn't know. I thought you, and I know you can folks. All right.
Any other council response? Moving along, no resolutions. We have appointments. We actually have 2 appointments. What is the pleasure of this council?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman Mays.
I would move 22006 so to stay in Government Affairs Operations Committee until we can get some of those past issues sorted out. I'm so moved.
Councilman Mays made a motion to keep 220060, the appointment for the Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors of Maltese Wilson, to stay in committee and governmental affairs. Is there a second for the motion?
Is there a second for the motion? This motion failed for support.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Can we get a clarifying question answer before we make our next motion by Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Just
Mr. Edwards.
one question, Mr. Edwards. Did, through the chair, to Mr. Edwards, did Maurice Davis officially resign?
Go ahead, Mr. Edwards.
What we determined, I had questions with the city clerk's office. What we have determined is that that particular body has placement for 2 council people, and there are currently 3 resident vacancies. So what we were, as the administration, what we are proposing to do at this point is that we can withdraw this particular resolution and provide you with a replacement for one of the vacancies. I can bring that to special affairs.
Think that, I don't know what I want to do.
Councilwoman Worthy. Let's hear from Clerk Brown and
Point of information.
yes, Councilman May.
Seem like we want you to entertain a motion to drop this.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you know of. I don't
Well,
know.
yes, I do, and that's why I wanted to hear from Clerk Brown, so that she can give in her input because there has been discussion. So, and we did find out that there are 2 council seats and along with 3 other seats per resident. So,
If I could go into a little bit of detail, I did do some extensive research to the bylaws of EDC. And there are 2 positions available for council. And since the 2 council people who previously served, i.e. Mr. Winfrey as well as Mr. Davis, they're no longer here. Then it's up to the council at some point, mayor's office, to appoint some people from the council to serve on that particular board. Now, in addition to that, there are other people on that particular board who have served for a number of years, and I will have to go into our system to make a determination if their term is already expired. That would, of course, have nothing to do with Ms. because she would fall into the new category, 3 new positions that are available. Okay, so this really could be dropped officially. That we will do the additional research on the other 3 to see if their terms have expired. And then it would go to council then to replace Mr. Davis and Mr. Winfrey in that regard on this particular board as well, so that they can have some good meetings. I don't think they've been able to meet because they have enough people for them. Okay?
thank you, Clerk Brown.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman Kirkland.
given the new information, I'd like to draft resolution 220060.
There has been a motion on the floor.
Is it not on?
Thank you. There has been a motion on the floor to drop 20060. Do I have support for that?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman Mays.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. The motion has been made and supported to drop 220060.
Madam Chair,
Any discussion on that?
yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman Mays.
we in committee, you could order it drop without objections unless there's an objection, but what I'm concerned about, through you to Ms. Edwards, Ms., I don't know if that, is that Mrs. or Mr. Wilson? Huh?
Excuse me, the person is female.
Okay, so do y'all on bringing Ms. Wilson back in another. This resolution deals with replacing Maurice Davis. So
Right.
do you know whether y'all plan to bring her back in another open slot?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, I think you could order this drop without objection.
Okay. I order 220060, drop without objections.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. There's a motion on the floor that's been, and I believe we need to vote on that.
Let's vote on.
I don't have. It's,
Roll call, Madam, Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Mays? This is to drop. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Roder?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
I am. I don't know where we're at, so I apologize.
Okay. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Six yes, one abstention.
The vote, 6 yes, 1 abstention, 1.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
I would like to move 220148 to council.
A motion has been made to move 220148, the appointment of the city attorney, William Kim, to council. Do I have support for that
Madam-
motion?
I'll make the, second the motion.
The motion has been made and properly supported. Do I have, yes,
We have an amended version of that appointment.
okay. Okay,
Madam
Point of-
Chair,
yes, Mr. President.
to the point of information, I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you,
I
Mr.
was clarifying, the, amended motion. So would that, move this motion to 220141?
Yes.
I would like to make a
Point of
amendment.
order. You can't get the point of information to take the floor.
Well, no, Mr. Mays had the floor first. Go ahead and finish, Mr. Mays.
I didn't know it was a proposed amended motion. Had looked at the original motion. I won't use my time on the amended, which I see some of the changes and amendments, but I'll deal with that when they make a motion to, I guess, amend. But this is an appointment for city attorney. And when I looked at the original motion resolution, it talked about something I read, talked about retroactive pay from February the 14th, February, March, April. And then I looked at the language in the charter through you, attorney. The language in the charter giving council 60 or 90 days after an interim appointment. Do you know? Days. And I remember asking this administration when they said Mr. Attorney Kim was acting, was that interim? Looking at retroactive pay. And they tried to make a distinction between acting but want to reach back for retroactive pay. That concerns me. Some of them are 90 days, some are 60 days. And so I don't know what this means, crunch-wise, February, March, April. You to Attorney Kim, do you interpret this to say that if we don't vote April the 16th, the 60 days would be up and you would become whether we act on it or not?
Not that time frame.
Okay, so I was asking for retroactive pay back to February 14th.
Because that would be the date that I assumed duties as the acting city attorney.
And what's the difference between active and interim?
The language regarding the city is different as set forth in the charter. If you'd like, I can read the relevant.
I would like to read the relevant language as it relates to acting first.
Well, the which has to do with the appointment. Section 4-603 specifies that the mayor shall nominate a qualified candidate for city attorney who shall be approved by at least 5 members of the city council. If the city council does not disapprove the mayor's nominee in 60 day of submission of the nomination, the nominee shall be appointed.
Attorney Kim, through you, Madam Attorney Kim, I know that language very well. That's why I just talked about 60 versus 90. You said on the record you were acting. I'm asking you again, read the relevant to an acting city attorney. Do you know where it's at and is it there?
Again, and the next section that I was going to read would be section 4-603B4, which is that in the absence or during the disability of the city attorney to serve, the chief deputy city attorney, if one is designated, shall serve. Otherwise, the city attorney with the longest service as attorney in the office shall serve.
And so when I read that to myself, I'm gonna ask Attorney Kim, with my knowledge of the city, you would have been when Ms. Wheeler left this city attorney in the office, correct?
That is correct.
And so that means you was filling that vacancy.
I was serving as city attorney upon her departure.
And so if you were serving as the city attorney on the departure, when did that happen?
My first day would have been that Monday after she left, which would have been February 14th.
And that's what I'm getting at.
My
And
nomination submitted, I would have to check the records or check the clerk, but my nomination was formally submitted by the mayor the middle of March. I can't be more specific.
And at that is in the resolution, Sheldon Neely nominate William Kim as city attorney and record his appointment be approved. So he could have waited to June or July to nominate. Would that be a fair statement?
The mayor was to nominate her. He decided this position.
But I'm looking at the time frame. See, I don't agree that the charter is that. Don't get me wrong. All appointed positions, I do agree with some language there that relates to the city attorney. But he could have waited, in my opinion, to nominate you in June from the way. Do you agree or disagree?
The mayor has to nominate
Attorney, through you, Madam Attorney Kim, I ask you a specific legal question. If you know, do you agree or disagree that you could continue to fill that vacancy until he goes to nominate you? It could have been in June or July, if you understand my question. That's what I'm asking.
If you're asking, I guess I'm not sure what you're asking.
See, you want to be the legal, want to be the city attorney. And I'm telling you, I want to be the attorney who can step it and give me stuff, and I read legal opinions, and you call me to tell you how I felt, and I'm going to end up saying it publicly during this confirmation process. Is it something about the question I just asked you don't understand? You say you don't understand
If
my
you're
question, repeat it. The line 4-E says the longest serving city attorney with seniority in the office can act when there's a vacancy. Ms. Wheeler left. You in her stead under the charter. Somewhere from around April, maybe, I don't know, January, February, March, April, Mr. Neely decided to nominate you. That's when you want to say that the 60-day clock started running. I'm asking you, had a waited to June or July, your interpretation of what you just read in the charter.
There is nothing in the charter that requires the mayor to make an appointment within any given time frame.
As it relates to
Specifically, no. I also
And
not,
so-
I'm not a time frame required for appointments for any of the other appointments that he's required to, or that he is permitted to make under the city charter.
Now, city attorney is different from other terms in the charter. This charter takes it except for city attorney and another one or so. It's got their own time frame. I know that for a fact. You can read it. So, what day did he nominate? Do you know?
Again, I would have to check my records. I'm not certain, but the clerk could probably answer that question since.
To tell me when it was nominated. That one I wanted to get my 60-day time frame.
We'd have to look at the records.
Well, can y'all get that for me as soon as possible? I hear the bell, Ms.
Right.
McCall. I'll wait till a second round.
Okay. Any other council discussion? Any other council discussion for round?
Madam Chair.
Yes. Councilwoman. Was it Worthing? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I just wanted to say I have worked with Attorney Kim for 4 years now, and he is absolutely qualified. You know, been here for a long time. We've had a horrible turnover in the law department amongst other departments. So I will be voting yes with no qualms about it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Worthing. Any other council discussion? Councilman Murphy.
Before I get to discussing, are we, just for clarity, is this motion on original motion to send it, or is we discussing?
We're still on the original.
Can I, appropriate?
Yes, it is.
Make a motion to add this a point one so that we can have discussion on corrected.
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion, amended motion to appoint one to this resolution.
Thank you. A motion has been made to amend 220148 to,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
yes,
Can we find out what the amendments are as it relates to changing it to a point one?
I can read.
I want it corrected.
Okay.
That's
I
my
can,
point.
I can read. I can,
Point of order. The motion has been made and it just. needs-
excuse me. Hold up. I'm gonna, some clarity on this, please, okay?
Point of order.
What is your point?
Thank you. Motion has been made and you, all right, you must ask for a second.
Well, I mean, yes, okay, give me a second. Give me a second, and then we'll go back and hear what the point one is gonna do. But I finish what I'm saying, okay? Can I finish?
It would be best to do that within the
Well, yeah,
Yes,
I
you're
didn't
saying
even finish,
yes.
I didn't even finish saying what I had to say to you. Make the motion for the second. Okay, I'm just gonna say this, guys. Let me run the meeting, because you know what? It's minutes to 10, and I would hope that governmental ops, we could get out of finance, go right into penalized because I'm tired right now. I've been up 6 o'clock this. So,
Point of
Councilman
information,
Mays,
Madam Chair.
let me, go ahead.
Do Ms. Worthing realize when I'm asking you the question that you have the right to clarify and repeat motions
Yes, and
before you have to ask for a second? Do you realize? Do you realize?
I do realize that.
Information.
What is your point of information?
Does the speaker know that this isn't a clarification motion, it's discussion motion?
We're not discussing the motion right now. I haven't even finished getting this out. I'm even called the motion and asked for support. So,
If I could, I think I could clarify what the difference is here. The only difference between the point one and the original resolution is that the salary of the position, that after discussion with the mayor, is going to be $101,000 opposed to the $99,000.
Thank
So
you.
there may have been a typo in the actual proposed terms of appointment that was corrected, but that's the only substantive change between the original and the amended motion.
Chair. So can we label this document as the 22014.8.1 that change that the city attorney?
Yes.
For the record?
So
Thank
this
you.
is the
That's
document
what you
labeled one. So we're changing, the motion was to, change 220148, change that to, amend it to 220148.1. And basically it's amended from 99,000 to 101,000. Do I have for that motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Support.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hurst. So the motion has been made and supported. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Councilman Murphy.
I'll support this appointment. I did have a meeting with Kim, Attorney Kim. We did go over some expectations, and I listened to him. Just wanted to make it clear to him from a charter that one of the things that we added in the charter to make the city attorney, quote, equal branch of government. In the past seems as the serve as the pleasure of the mayor. That's what the optic. And I wanted him to be clear that expectations that he is the city attorney for the mayor and the council. Sometimes it appears in the optic as if he's serving as the pleasure of the mayor. If we decide to move forward to appoint him permanently, we have some expectations that the city attorney for the mayor and city council, and he understood that. So not only that, I worked with him, got elected with the AJAC litigation that we presently going through, and I was really impressed. My colleague, Ali, also sat in on some of those meetings. We, well, I can say, speak for myself personally, I was impressed with the of knowledge they had dealt with exploring our options when it came down to appealing the AJAC. And I've just watched him over the years, his humbleness, his ability to give legal advice. Even he gave me some advice that I didn't, but I listened, and I may not have liked what he told me, but he is the lawyer. You know, I was thinking, and I'll speak a little bit about it was the declaration of emergency for blight. And his advice wasn't what I wanted to hear, but he is the lawyer, and I respect that. And I'll look at what the options is, what's my plan B, and I think we'll come up with something. So I like the fact that he didn't tell me what I wanted to hear. He told me what I needed to hear. Because sometimes people asking for legal advice, expect him to tell us we won't. But he moved in the direction and told me what I needed to hear. Because say the city and make sure that he give me the best advice. So even though I was kind of pissed off, I left on out the office and, put my little church finger up. So I'll be supporting this appointment.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Fee. Go ahead, Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, been a motion made to make this a point one, and it's moving from 99,101. Now, effective back to February, and this language says it's the difference between acting city attorney and city attorney. That concerns me because the charter lets the high seniority attorney serve vacancy. I know we get raises from the local officers' compensation for 1,000, 2,000. Think we should be. This ain't no real big amount of money, and it ain't gonna make me lose sleep whether it passed for 99 or 101. But it's just principle in that, as far as I'm concerned. Because my point is, if it's retroactive and our checks back to February 8th, it's a game played as far as I'm concerned with interim when you were appointed city attorney by Mr. Neely and so forth and so on. I could see moving forward when you get city attorney through you to attorney him. What was Miss Wheeler's pay? Do you know?
I'm not sure what her salary was.
Okay, well, we should know this stuff. If I ask when did he make you interim, we should be able to know. If I ask you what did Attorney Wheeler make, we should be able to know. This is like in the Senate, a confirmation hearing. I mean, Mr. Murphy can have this opinion, but I talk to you privately too. And I'm in hot water. For example, Ms. Brown said I need a legal opinion on posting a meeting. I heard you say I got to research it. Ms. Burns asked you for a legal opinion on removing me for president. It pops up. Still was waiting on a legal opinion and some action, land bank property that we didn't get. People done watch over the years. Miss watch it. I'm looking at legal opinions where we went with Kate president, and that language ain't mixed in the one about my presidency. I've worked this for years, and I really take the appointment of the city attorney seriously. Now, I know that I probably the only person you called and talked to. You got 6 new ones. Ms. Worthing said, I've watched it before. I've watched it for 8 to 9. And maybe I would vote for you, and maybe I wouldn't, but I don't have to do it when it pops up just like this. That's why I want to know how many days. You can't tell me when, and I should have the right to know. I want more time. Maybe everybody else don't. Mr. Neely, if he appoint you, ain't neither one of these resolutions him, ain't it? Language that this stuff come with proper signature before us. And since it ain't here, what name mine, Attorney Kim, that's when some come before us with all the proper signatures. I've heard you talk about that. Do we need it, or can we just introduce resolutions from us with no other signatures?
Is that?
Yeah, Attorney Kim.
Attorney Kim?
Go ahead.
I don't believe that there's ever been a strict, the mayor signed resolution that he himself is proposing before they are submitted to the council. As you can see on the resolution, was approved as to form, meets the legal requirements for a resolution, approved as to finance, which means that finance certified that the funds are available as described. It's now up to the city council. The mayor could really sign it after resolutions and orders from city council for signature after the city council.
I've heard the department. Have you ever recall you or anybody else in legal saying this stuff could come to us with signatures? Do you recall any conversations in the past?
I believe conversations have occurred. And I believe that they were referring to those approvals as to form and finance so that the resolutions and ordinances would be certified as being in the correct form, funds for whatever initiative or purchasing, or whatever the involved were certified as being available.
And that's concerning to me because if a council person sponsor a resolution, I know Mr. Murphy sponsored one that he made up, and I know that the council can ask the attorney's office to do a resolution. If you don't sign off the form, and if Whittigan don't sign off the money, you still think I can't pass one?
The council can pass or not pass whatever ordinances that the body pleases. The issue comes whether or not the action can be enforceable if there's somebody were to challenge it. If a council member wants to draft their own ordinance or resolution, that's entirely within any council member's prerogative. If they submit that form to me or to my office, we'd be reviewing that it comports with the requirements for format. If it doesn't, it would be our responsibility to basically inform the council member in question as to what's at issue, how it could be corrected. It's not the role of the law department to deny form just because there may be a policy decision. But if there's a way to correct the form, that would be what we would have to do in that situation.
Let me repeat what I said. I know, I'm just saying, there's been discussion from the legal department different from what's happening now as it relates to proper signatures, staff review, and things of that nature on resolutions that has been brought. I'll wrap up and wait a second round. Now I'm hearing if right, Madam Attorney, saying those signatures and staff reviews don't matter.
If I could respond, ma'am. That's not what I said. What I said was that those signify that whatever the resolution or ordinance is, been approved as to form, or in the other common thing is to approve as to finance. The question is not whether this council can pass any kind of resolution or ordinance that doesn't have those signatures, but what it does call into question is whether or not the resolution or ordinance that was lacking one of those things could be put into action or otherwise enforced. For example, if there is no approval as to finance, this council has no way to be certain that funds are available to fund whatever program, purchase, or whatever the subject of that ordinance is. And so this council can pass the resolution or pass the ordinance in that, but if the money that do something, That's the old, I guess, the old saying about, the king can't keep the tide from coming in. I mean, so whether or not it passes is not the issue. Whether there's action that can be taken as a result of that is. And what those signatures do is they certify that, in terms of finance, they certify that the funds are available.
Madam Chair, I'll wait for the second round with Attorney Kim. I'm simply trying to find out if you're confirmed and we bring a resolution and we do anybody else to sign off and we pass it. Wouldn't it have to be vetoed or whatever reason?
Again,
and if we override so without the signatures, it would say do all things necessary, it would take the effect of law. Would that be your position if you're confirmed?
Again, the council can't spend money that the city doesn't have.
I ain't talking about what the city, you gave an example about. I'm just giving an example about signatures and the position of your office if we a resolution and pass it without the staff review and or signatures. I'm trying to what would be the position of your office prior to confirmation.
Well, that would depend greatly on the specifics of the situation. If this council passes a resolution that does spend X amount of dollars to fund this program, if the city doesn't have that money, there's nothing that can be done to spend those funds.
If I may, Madam Chair, and then I'll wait for the second round. Didn't you take a position that we couldn't enter resolution with money?
I took the position that council can't initiate an amendment to the budget. It has to be to amend any requests that come from the mayor to amend the budget, so they can amend proposed amendment. But the way that the charter reads, the authority to initiate that spending from the mayor's office.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll wait for the second round to follow up on that.
Any other discussion of the first round? Councilwoman Perkins.
Just very briefly, because if it's also my understanding, this is just the motion to amend, and then we also have to do a motion to send it wherever we want to send it or whatever. So I just want to make sure. But I am really a bit surprised at the salary being what it is. You hear about how lawyers make all of this money, and to be honest, I don't think that $101,000 for a legal officer for a city is, quite frankly, enough based off of the hours and the work that you put in. To echo my colleague in the third ward sentiments regarding how much knowledge and support given me, both with the AJAX committee and the rules committee. I am very, very thankful for your service, and I'm excited to continue working with you and coming to you with all of my
Point of
questions.
information. You can amend it up higher too.
Yes, I do. Thank you. So thank you so much, Cam, and I'm really excited to keep working forward with you.
Thanks. Any other discussion for the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you, ma'am. Real brief, I listened to my colleagues, and we have all worked with Attorney Kemp, and I worked with him, whether he was interim and he was actually underneath the leadership of Attorney Wheeler. I think it is a fair question when we're talking about salaries with some of my colleagues, if we could have the question answered to make sure we are making sure that Attorney Kim is getting a fair wage. I don't know if the wage, if it has been before wage committee, or are you getting the proper wage? I think that would answer both sides to the questions so that we're being fair to that. Appreciate Attorney Kim answering questions. Attorneys are supposed to be very black and white. It's what the law is. So it's not what we like. And I don't want to get the answer back from him that I may like, but I appreciate his time working for the city, making sure and helping to move the city forward. It is probably a thankless job because we are here to wee hours of the night. So I would like to request to have, to answer those questions, what it was our city attorney had. But I am in support of Attorney Kim, and I appreciate the job that he has been doing for the city. And hard to get an attorney in place because we have a lot of things that we've been working through over the years for another attorney to kind of pick up to move on for where he's at. So that's all I have to say, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns. I'm sorry. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Councilwoman
You know,
Creason.
I've been greatly impressed with Attorney Kim through with him, not only on the rules, but other aspects. Working on a resolution now that we have decided to postpone for a while. But the salary was negotiated between him and the mayor. And so I'm going to let them determine that, although I also consider that 101,000 is not enough for an attorney with as many years as he has, as well as being able to practice before the Supreme Court, in case anybody did not read his CV. So I support this nomination and I'm looking forward to working with him for the remainder of my term.
Thank you, Councilwoman Priest. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round on changing this to amending this point one? Okay, we have discussion in the second round.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman Priest.
if I may pick up where I left off at through you to Attorney Kim, can you read the section in the charter that gives the council the authority to introduce resolution and ordinances? And it talks about the council passing a resolution to direct it. Do you know where that's at in the charter?
There are multiple portions of the charter that deal with the council's authority to enact resolutions. The question that I think
Janelle,
you're asking is if there are
Stop the clock. Okay.
there are multiple sections that all have to be read in concert.
Ms. Attorney Kim, I asked you a specific question. I didn't talk about reading all things in concert. I just asked you, do you know the section that talks about a resolution and direct action? And if you don't, I'll take the time and find it and point it out. Do you know where it's at?
There are multiple sections of the charter that deal with the council's authority to
There's
enact
only
resolutions.
one section that says that the resolution can direct action. You want me to find it for you? If that'll help. I've got a specific question.
Are you referring to section 3-301 that says that in accordance with state law and this charter, ordinances shall be enacted to provide a rule for
Point of information, what section?
3-301?
Just a minute. Yes, that's exactly it. Does that language say resolution shall be adopted to express a determination to direct an action or to approve a single event? 3-301.
That is part of that.
If we pass a resolution to direct action to do all things necessary, including money movement, can you point to a section charter that also does not have the authority to direct action as it relates to money.
The charter does not specifically say that. However, your charter does specifically permit the mayor to do so, and it's a foundational principle of statutory interpretation.
Attorney General, can you, just like I pointed you to 3-301 and you have find it, can you give me the specific number that makes you say that?
Councilmember Mays, you're attempting to construe in a way that's not supported by law.
I'm just asking, can you give me a specific charter number that say we can't?
Again, you're attempting to draw a legal conclusion from reading an the charter that is not supported by law.
Attorney Kim, is it your position that the council can't direct an action dealing with money?
That is not what I just said.
Okay, clarify me what you meant.
What I'm saying is that the charter says that the mayor may amend budgets and then
Where is that? I already know what it says. Now, I want to point to that language. I mean, this is normal in the confirmation process. Our colleagues have made up their minds, some of them. I'm just show that whoever is in that city attorney's office, what's the section you're referring to?
Section 7-5
-1.
FP.
Hold up. 7-05. I mean, I ain't into this 5-minute confirmation because you're going to be dictating some stuff and it relates to both bodies of government. Okay, 7-105, what? B?
Yes.
Let's see first. A says no officer or agency of the city of Flint shall have the authority to transfer budgeted funds from one department to another without a budget amendment authorizing the expenditure passed by the city council. At any time during the fiscal year, upon request of the mayor, the city council may consider amendments to the previously adopted budget. Now, the city council may, it don't say shall.
That is correct.
Hold up, let me finish. But it don't say that the council can direct action. It's just about what the mayor may do during the budget. And after a budget is adopted, it don't nullify the council being able to take action to direct something to happen. This don't make me, as a legislator, lose my power to direct action dealing with money. So this is what you think keeps us from passing a resolution dealing with money. And that's why you said that in front of the public, that we don't have the authority.
In law, one of the main principles of statutory interpretation is that when a law, and the city charter is a law, specifically says one thing, it implies something else. So if, for example, council were to say that here is if there is say there is a in the budget the budget says that you can spend funds from fund XYZ on basketball youth programs. That implies you cannot spend that money for other besides what you specifically said. Now here the charter says that the mayor, upon request of the mayor, the council may consider amendments. The council does not have to adopt any amendments of the mayor. The condition for considering those amendments to the budget, the mayor has to submit that as a written request. I'm not commenting on the wisdom of that or whether that's an appropriate way to structure the city government. I'm just saying that is how that reads and how that principle is applied under Michigan law.
Attorney, I'm asking about the principle that the city can direct action. And what I'm asking about is if we can direct action to do all things necessary to spend $1 million out the ARPA fund. You're telling this council that they can't do no resolution dealing with moving money. Only the mayor can. And then you turn to this language and say that's the language that's telling us that only the mayor can do all things necessary. And I'm saying with what you're saying, you take one of the charter that tells us what we can do. Then you're using another part that's dealing with a budget amendment for the mayor, using that to say, oh, y'all can't direct action on money. I wouldn't vote for you. Interpretation.
Again, misstating what
Okay, then you clear it up.
I think I was, as I stated, the council can consider any proposed budget amendments that come its way.
I'm not talking about a budget amendment. I'm talking about a budget that a resolution we.
Well, correct. The way that the -105 paragraph B2, one of the ways in which it defines a budget amendment is for any would an expenditure of revenues in excess of those in the budget. So, by definition, if the spending is not incorporated within the state's budget, that must be a budget amendment.
So the mayor can propose budget amendment. Fine, we read that. But we also read in the legislative section that the council can introduce resolutions directing an action. And if it is to do all things necessary to move 600,000 to the North Flint Food Bank, you and with them shouldn't tell that you can't sponsor a money resolution. That's fundamental, whether or not I want you as a city attorney. And I'm reading, let me wrap up. I'm reading what you're saying about the mayor and you may bring a budget amendment, but I'm also reading our resolution language that says we can direct an action. We can do it in a singular, and it's all there. You are in your interpretation, take greatest to confirm a city attorney that's going to tell new council people and all, you can't bring a resolution to direct action. Now, the mayor can veto it. If he or she do, we can override the veto. I just got a fundamental difference with you telling the legislative branch they can't pass a resolution directing action if it's got to do with money, and you relying on a language in the charter that deals with what the mayor may do. That don't make sense to me. That's fundamental. We're going to be in a bind. You've been saying it since you've been here. I disagree. Thank you on that round, Madam Chair.
Thank
if you
you.
want to respond and my time is up, I don't see how you explain that.
To respond. Okay, so anybody want to discuss the second round? Any other discussions for the second round on amended to a? If there's no other discussions, Madam Clerk, roll call. The vote is, we're gonna amend 2014 to 20148.1. Okay, Ms. Worthing?
Yes. Mr. Mays?
I abstain for the reasons I'm still searching the question on salaries. I abstain.
Mr. Murphy? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Byrne? Ms. Herkenhofer?
Yes.
The vote is yes with one abstention.
The vote is 6 yes, Abstention.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman.
I make a motion to send resolution 220148.1 to council.
The motion has been made to send 220148.1 to council. Is there support for that motion?
I second.
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns. The motion has been supported.
Madam Chair.
Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman
I
Knight.
just don't believe whether it's the administrator, the city attorney, the chief, that under these goofy rules, you should be limited to 5 minutes of discussion and then approve such an appointment. I just don't agree with it. So I'm gonna use this time and this round through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. Is that the only language that makes you think city can't pass a resolution dealing with money?
Again, it's not that city council can't pass a resolution dealing with money. It's that budget amendments have to originate from the mayor, at which point the council can consider it, not consider it, amend it, do whatever the body pleases with those amendments, to amend the, to do things such as specifically set forth, transfer an unencumbered appropriation balance from one program, service, or activity to another, provide for expenditure of revenue in excess of those in the budget, or a public emergency affecting life, health, property, or the public peace, which are emergency appropriations as provided by statute.
Madam Chair, through you, Attorney Kim, you telling me the language in 7-105 tells any of the readers that the mayor is the only one who can bring a budget amendment? Where does it say that at?
Again, as I said earlier, it's a basic principle of statutory interpretation that the express mention of one thing in statutory language implies the exclusion of all other things. Again, I'm not commenting on the wisdom of that choice or the way that it's structured, but that's the way that the charter reads.
So, from this charter language, 7-105, you're saying that it says the mayor is the only one who can a budget amendment.
Yes.
Okay, I don't read that. It says at any time during the fiscal year upon written request of the mayor, the city council may consider amendments to the previously adopted budget. So it says the mayor can bring, but the mayor's the only one. Now, if it turned out this, what do you do with interpretation under 3- let's go back to what the council can do. 3-301. So if you can read that interpretation, read 3-301. Now this got to do with in accordance with state law and this charter. Ordinances shall be enacted to provide a permanent rule of the conduct of government, while resolutions shall be adopted to express a determination to direct or to approve a single event. Now you explain to me why council can't introduce a resolution dealing with money because of 7-105.
There's two things.
The ARPA funds wasn't budgeted. And so telling this council and told us that we can introduce a resolution to move ARPA funds, only the mayor can. You stick with that?
Again, what I said was not that this council cannot do that, only the mayor can. What I said earlier, weeks ago, was that the resolution to do that is a budget that has to originate from the mayor, at which point the city council can then consider it and act as it sees fit. To answer the first question you asked, first, section 3-301 is what we call a definition section. It defines what an ordinance is, defines what a resolution is. you'll notice that nothing in there, says that city council has unrestricted authority to do ordinances and resolutions. But what the other principle of law that then becomes, or statutory interpretation that then becomes relevant, is the principle that the specific overrides the general. So the city council nobody's going to dispute the city council has the authority to pass ordinances and resolutions because that's how the city council acts. But specific in the specifics in dealing with amendments to the budget under 705, that would override the general city council act ordinances and resolutions. The city council initiates resolutions and ordinances in numerous areas. It's just that the charter specifies that in that one area that it's got to come from the mayor. And so that's, again, that's just applying basic principles of statutory interpretation of Michigan law.
Okay. Well, what I'm in between now and Monday, I'm gonna check with some lawyer. But I don't have to check with no lawyer to know that the city council control the purse strings. You get 94 million in COVID funds, and you trying to convince this council we just gotta sit like dummies and wait for the mayor to bring a resolution. That ain't true. The charter, the council's greatest power is to direct action. We can pass a resolution directing the mayor, anybody else, to do all things necessary to move some money. And you might convince me, you might convince this council that they don't have the power to move money. I say we do, and I say if the mayor and you don't agree with it, they can veto it. And if some more council people that veto it becomes law. If the fact that a council pass a resolution and or an ordinance and the mayor veto it, when you override the veto, it becomes law?
That is true.
So if that's true, and we have the authority to direct action and make laws, we ain't prohibited from moving. Anybody who believes that without a second or third legal opinion, I ain't back. And that's just like a Supreme Court justice. If you got these beliefs about this legislative branch, and the legislative branch can approve ordinances and resolutions that become law, you might can sell this council to Mackinac Bridge for $1. I just don't believe that that's the only thing we can pass a law about is money. If you can direct action, you can do all things to have the mayor bring a resolution for a budget amendment. And if he veto it and override it, you directing him to bring the budget. That's law. So Attorney Kim, at this point, I can't, because if you believe council has limited authority on money, and we pass a resolution to direct the mayor and all necessary officials to do all things, that's a fundamental difference that I ain't trying to fight against for the next years. About money. And you read that you can direct action, we can create ordinances, you admit it becomes law, and we can override veto and become law. You think we can't touch none of the money? That don't jive with me. Thank you. There.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Any other council
Madam Chair.
discussion for the second round?
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Yes, through you to Attorney Kim for clarity. When Councilman Pfeiffer brought forward the Miller Road project, and there was a monetary amount attached to that, how could we vote on that? And that would have been able for us to pass. Could you provide clarity for me with that?
Certainly. As I kind of said earlier, this council can vote for whatever or ordinance it feels are appropriate. The issue comes in, and while it's true that those become, does not necessarily that it is enforceable. For example, if the council were to decide, say, to criminalize color their hair walking into City Hall, I'm confident that would be struck, that would be effectively unenforceable, could not actually enforce that. By passing the solution that you're referring to, it definitely expressed the sense of this body that this is an appropriate way for the city to spend funds. But as I think if you recall, the mayor then submitted a second resolution to actually effectuate that, so that it came from the mayor's office. So whether or
Did
not
that invalidate his, because I think the premise of both of those were basically about the same thing, the same issue. So you're saying that it needed to come from the mayor's office in order for the monetary amount that was attached to it to be acknowledged and to be appropriately spent?
yes,
Thank you for. No, that's okay, because I wanted that, because that was a lot of money.
yes,
And without that resolution, how it came, to make sure. And I understand what Councilman Mays is saying, because I want clarity on that. Are we saying that the powers, I want to limit the power of council and being to co-equal branches?
yes.
I'm not willing to give my anything to anybody. So with the Miller project, would it have been a possibility to use Councilman Pfeiffer's resolution? Would it be a possibility for that to be passed?
And the only resolution passed.
Mhm.
My concern in that situation would be that the city would have exposed itself to essentially citizens who could then sue the city by saying that the mayor and the council are violating the charter. And in that situation, my estimate is likely to happen is that if they got the lawsuit filed in a timely enough fashion, a judge would basically hit the pause button and prevent the city from doing anything until it's courts are notorious for what it considers to be speedy action. But the rest all, will go up and, so, in the interest of trying to make sure that, in those situations where really the council and the administration are in agreement, it's the best practice to just, basically make sure that belt and suspenders here, that we're crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's, and not exposing ourselves to potentially roadblocks that we don't need to face.
So basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to say for myself, 'cause I don't want to involve you in this, but I think that we would have to do a better job of making sure, and not just us, the council with the administration, but bless you, you're welcome, and then also the administration working with the council.
The Councilmember May is correct that the body has the power of the purse. Without this body's action, the city simply cannot legally spend money.
Okay, okay, can you state that part of you, wrap my head?
Right. This body has the power of the purse. Without this body taking action to enact a budget or to amend a budget, basically the city just legally cannot spend.
Okay.
And pretty much any action that the city takes is spending funds. And that's the general rule. There are potentially some rules having to do with emergencies and public safety and things like that. For the general rule, that would be the.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Is there other discussion in this second round? Any other discussion in the second round? No other discussion? Madam, roll call to send 22148.1 to council.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder,
Yes.
Yes.
vote is yes, 0.
Point,
The vote is 0 no.
I got to excuse myself because I got to be at work. by that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're excused. It's been a motion to adjourn governmental operations. Is there support for that?
Madam
For that
Chair,
mo-
I
Yes.
support that motion.
There has been motion and support to adjourn governmental operations. Madam, roll call.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
and I apologize to Mr. Murphy. I was that he was still here. Murphy?
Yeah.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder, Ms. Worthing. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to adjourn.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Governmental operations is adjourned. Thank-
Didn't they
Not-
adjourn?
1, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. No. That's it. Governmental operations. Yeah.
You still have a quorum? Okay. I hope we'll be faster than that. I hope we'll be faster than that. I can imagine. Okay. So. It's, so legislative branch. She's staying. So is he staying? She's not. Is he Bill Worth?
Legislators gonna take a minute, so we can get grants, get that done, get live, get out of here.
Yeah. Are you gonna stay for sure? I'll do it if we can get.
We can.
We have, if you don't, right now. He doesn't even have to be here right now. We have 5. You're gonna put your great butt up here and do it now.
You could.
I remember we did a resolution that said to do all things necessary. Well, it was one of the petitions, whereas, and this Ms. Knight.
So she's moving, she's leaving?
No, I said she was in that house.
Oh, is she? Okay.
That's your
get her situation, her issue.
I think so. Okay, you can.
When I'm tired, I become more than I already. Thank you. Thank you. I got notice my family, students, kids, like months ago. I no, ooh, sorry. I wear my contacts. Oh, we don't have fun. Oh, never mind that. It was Judy's fault. It's fun. Never done it. Feels good. Do some more.
We're here. Yes, we got the agenda. We got the great. I'm. They were all what? No, I just tell them this. Isn't that nice? I was telling her. Who's in the bathroom? Okay. I know. Mike's up. Oh, I'm tired. Do we have time? Right now. Okay. We got it. I'll do it lower. All right. I will now commence. I'm so tired. The grant committee, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, just 1 second here. Miss Winfrey Carter.
Present.
Miss Burns.
Present.
Ms. Herkenrode. Present. Ms. Worthing.
Present.
Present.
Thank you.
Reading of, sorry, how many?
5.
Reading of disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault, battery, and disorderly persons will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. Persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Be removed from meetings. Public.
Point of order.
What is your point of
Why are we not in legislative committee?
order? Because we all decided to do grants. We're under
No, the president decides that order.
weren't
Right
in the
now,
meeting.
point of order. Right now, it's spelled out in the rules, the order. If the order is going to be by the president,
Mr. President.
so that's my point of order.
I know that we this meeting.
I appeal the ruling of the chair. You're wrong.
So the rule of the chair. Does anyone? Does anyone? Is there any support? Is there any support? Ruling of the chair stands.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
you don't have to believe, but the fact.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Herkenrode.
Through Mr. Mays, the decision to move to grants was made by me in your absence as the vice president, given that we have one resolution.
Say what? Point of information. I can't.
You said that
I wanna
was
hear.
the decision was made by
My
her.
point of information.
Madam Chair, to Mr. Mays, in your absence, I, as the vice president, elected to move forward with the grants committee, given that we have one grant that we can finish, I'm in a very short period of time to be able to continue the business of the city along.
Madam Chair, if I may, Ms. Rhoda, you could see back there talking to Mr. Edwards. In my absence, I'm only absent if the meeting is called to order. You didn't call anything to
Mr. Mays,
order.
it was called to order.
Your pardon?
It was called to
The
order.
legislative was called to order. Then I stand to be corrected.
No.
So who
Point of
called
information.
legislative to
What is
order?
your
Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may, Madam Chair.
It wasn't called to order, Ms. Burns, one of them. So who lied to me?
Mr. President, if I may, Madam Chair. Rules do state, yes, that the committee order may be changed at the hand of the president if need be. Given your absence, I did not know that you were in the back of the room.
You did?
I did not. And as such, as the vice president, I elected to move forward. with
Madam
the
Chair,
finance
let me
committee.
say this. I done heard it. Y'all, I ain't saying I'm okay with proceeding, but I know what the rules say. And every time Ms. Herkin wrote it, Ms. Priestley, anybody is back there, you can look and see, ain't nobody in the room. So if you called it to order and you say you, as the president in my absence, and I'm here, y'all need to cut it out. But come to find out, Ms. Burns, no, y'all didn't call it though. And I would have heard it because the hammer would have hit. It'd have been a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. We are now moving on with the meeting. Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers?
Excuse me from this meeting, if I may. Just correct.
Okay. That brings us to resolution 2201. Miss- Mr. Mays, you are out of order. You have your first warning.
Madam President.
Ms. Herkenroder.
I move to send resolution 20146 to council.
There's been a
Madam Chair,
motion,
second, Madam Chair.
and it has now been seconded by Ms. Burns. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no, 220146.
5 yes, no, that moves to council.
Madam Chair. Motion to
A motion is made to adjourn.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Second that
And been seconded. There is no discussion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Ms. Herkenroder, Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no to adjourn.
5 yes, 0 no. Agreement is adjourned.
I think that is no, mine was faster.
That's all I can do, folks. I am. Because we'll knock it out and get it done. It's quick.
What's on the?
That would be.
Yeah.
Try it. You got it.
This will make short, it'll really focus. Yeah, we'll make it allow you just on that one issue rather than having a bunch of things that need to.
We're gonna make.
Apparently. It is 10:51 on Wednesday, April the 6th. I hereby call, is it? It should be. Is it? I hereby call the legislative committee to roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Ms. Worthing,
Present. Present. Aye.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes, present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Hurkenroder.
Present.
Thank you.
5 present. Reading of the disorderly code subsection has just been done. Are there any public speakers? Are there any public speakers? Final call, hearing none. Council response. Hearing none, that moves us to ordinance 220144. What is the pleasure of this body? Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion to 144 council.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 144 to support.
Madam Chair.
Hearing multiple support, I will claim Ms. Winfrey Carter as the formal second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Winfrey Carter. For the
No.
second. Did you want the floor?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is in the second, the fifth ward, I think I know what this is. I think I know. I've been over there. Okay, I'm good.
All right. Is there any more discussion? Is there any more? Hearing this to the. Mr. May?
I would assume that we in discussion, council is in discussion on dealing with instances on legislative committee, whether it's one or two. I came and took my seat because I just don't like people not telling the truth. I don't think the legislative committee was called to order and it was a roll call. Because I'm standing back there looking. And so Ms. Perkins wrote, if a meeting ain't called to order and you in the room, when a meeting ain't called to order, you don't serve the president. Now I believe, sure as I'm sitting here, Ms. Burns wasn't called to order. Standing back there looking, do you know I can see and hear from back there? If legislative called to order and roll call happen, you still have. So I just don't know what I'm hearing. I'll look at the film. But no, don't take my presidency here in between meetings. Because you would have had to, in my opinion, call it order first in order to change the order of the committee. If the meeting had an order, you ain't in the meeting. You standing in one part of the room, I'm standing in the other. Now, all the meeting order, in order, I can look and see the order. In other words, I could have seen you set up there, call legislative to order. That's the order mandated in the rules. Now, you and Priestley was appointed ad hoc committee vote. And I'm appalled. It reminds me of Kate Fields and Griggs now, that I'm appalled that two astute members of the Rules Committee don't know that the only way you can change is through the president. And I'm appalled that you gonna say you to this president and it wasn't no meeting called order. And now I turn and look, and now you sat in legislative. If it hadn't been called to order and the president wasn't here, you might have had some authority. Reading that was grants. I watched it, I heard it, and the order had already changed. So y'all need to cut that out. Y'all digging a hole that you ain't gonna get out of. Now I'm gonna ask again, was legislative called order? I think no. And I'm gonna ask you not to take over my party in between meetings, because I'm at one part of the room and you at another. Don't give you authority as president.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, that moves us to on the motion to send resolution 220144 to council. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroth?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The motion passes. Regarding resolution 220145, I believe that this was requested to be dropped at the request of the administration. And any objections, I hereby order resolution 220145.
I've
dropped.
got an objection.
Yes, sir. What's your objection?
I'm gonna see what Mr. Edwards gonna say. I've supported without objection. Once I object, you can call for a vote. To you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards.
Through Madam Chair to Mr. Mays. Request was to have push to special affairs so that we can the corrected resolution on modification because it had the approval rather than denial. And so we want to correct that and then present it at special affairs.
Thank you for that clarification. With that, you acknowledge that was my mistake wholeheartedly. I do apologize. I would like to rescind what I mentioned earlier and would like to then change it to be to order resolution 220145 to special affairs without any
Madam
objection.
Chair.
Mr. Mace.
You can order without objection.
Yes, sir. That's what I just
I'm
said.
gonna object
Yes, sir. What's your objection?
because I make a motion and have discussion on it.
Yes,
That's
sir.
why.
What
Beg your pardon?
is your motion?
I move that 220145 move to special affairs.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send resolution 220145. Is there support?
Madam Chair, I support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
I have discussion.
Mr. Mays. you have the
Madam
floor.
Chair, if you gonna stick with the lie that you had called legislative order.
Mr. Mays, I did say no such thing.
Oh, so you didn't say it had been called order if I look at the tape.
That's correct.
So you just took over my authority while no called order.
Mr. Mays, do you have any discussion regarding resolution?
Yes, I
45?
legislative committee, and I'm doing it. You might not like my discussion, but I get 5 minutes worth. And any resolution dealing with this committee based on what you did, take my authority this close up under my nose, show take it when I'm at home on Russell Street. You'll take it moving around the city hall with Mr. Neely, Attorney Kim, and I'm gonna highlight it. I have the authority that Ms. Hurkenroth, didn't you know that the rule said that the president is the only one who can change the order of the committees? Did you know that?
Mr. Mays, do you have any discussion regarding resolution 220145?
Yeah, I'm discussing it. You don't have to answer.
Okay.
That's up to you. But I'm gonna discuss it, and the more you avoid it, the more I'm gonna discuss it. That's my politics. I'm asking you not to ever take my authority wrongfully. I want to know who do you think you are?
Mr. Mays, my name is.
You out of order interrupted the speaker on this motion.
Oh, my apologies, sir. I thought you were asking me a question.
Apology, warn yourself.
Mr. Mays, I will not. You have the
Well,
floor.
then, if it was enough folks here, I feel your ruling. We're going to have chaos if you keep interrupting. I say, who do you think? Mr. Mays, I'm going to take you laughing. Hell, I know who the hell you are. Some outrageous and folks said and condone it. I don't care who they are. I'm going to talk because next time you know you have been, I'm the president. You want to be the president that bad? Now, I bet you I can look at the film and you lie. I'm smart enough to know when a meeting is called to order and when I'm not there. Legislative is called to order. It's been called order now. I thought Ms. Worthing had said, I gotta leave.
Point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am, what's your point?
Could it have been that she said that the grants committee was called to order?
Well, I'll say this. I watched the grants committee called order. Out of order. The rules that they know says fine, governmental and legislative, and then grants. It then said that the only person who can change the rules in that order is the president. Do you see that?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays. Councilman Mays, Rule 3.2, the president shall preside at the meetings of the council, and in the absence of the president, the vice president shall preside. If both the president and vice president are absent, a chairperson from council committee shall preside in the following order: finance, government operations, legislative, and grants. Now, may I continue? Councilman Mays, you had asked to be excused from, okay? And you were standing back there in the back.
From governmental ops, correct?
Well, you
From
were.
governmental ops, correct?
Right.
If we talk, the section you read ain't the relevant section.
Miss
You
Miss
wanna
Winfrey,
look
Mr.
for the
Mays,
section.
Mr. Mays, Miss
Can we
Win,
do this between us?
excuse me, Mr. Mays, Miss Winfrey
Point
Carter,
of
you have the floor.
information.
What's your point?
Ms. Winfrey Carter, do you know the section you read ain't the relevant section?
It's all right here.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, you understand you gotta look for the section that changes the order of the meeting.
Miss Winfrey Carter, if you want to respond, you can. If you don't want to, that's fine.
I'll show you.
I'll find it. I'll find it. Hold on.
Mr. Mays,
So
you
may
have
I
the floor.
continue?
As I was saying, Mr. Mays, you have the floor.
Yeah, Ms. Winfrey Carter, you read what happened as far as in the order procedure. What you really want to look for is the order that voted on of the committee. And the only way you can change that through the president. Now, what she's saying is, it ain't no meeting going on in government house. You adjourned it. Ain't no meeting going on. She's in the same room I'm in. I'm the president, she the vice. What she's saying is in between meetings, she can act as president. What you want to look for is the order in which they happen. Finance, government ops, legislative, and grants. And then up under that, it says who can change the order of committee meetings. And so this was my first round of discussion. The floor. She know it, and I know it. Recently know it. And if you can't find it, I'll find it and show it to you. That's my round of discussion.
Thank you.
I'll
Is there
do
any?
the same
Thank,
thing.
thank you. Is there any?
Chair.
Wording?
Through Mr. Edwards. I don't know if you know anything about this, but it, the resolution itself that the planning commission recommends approval, and then the second to last page, it says based on the information provided, we recommend denial. So I am confused.
Yeah, through the chair, to Councilperson Worthing, correct, it's in the resolution. The resolution was improperly written. The staff resolution identified what happened.
Mr. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm getting a comment from another. I cannot hear. Continue.
The staff resolution indicates the result Planning Commission. So it's in there from the staff, written by Suzanne Wilcox.
The denial.
The denial. It's in the staff resolution and says the Planning Commission came to terms with a denial. And so the ordinance is written wrong. And
Okay.
so that we're asking to postpone it to special affairs. We'll submit a new ordinance with the correct outcome.
Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Is there
You
any more
made
discussion?
first round.
Is there any more discussion? All right, moving to the second round.
In the second round, if I
Madam, or go ahead, Mr. President.
may, through you to Ms. Ricardo, did you read the relevant section?
So yes, so if we move down to committees.
Mr. Carter, can you give us either a page or a
Yes,
number for reference? Thank you.
I want you guys,
You
I want
should
you
have
to,
said.
and this is,
Thank you. Continue, Ms. Winfrey
yes,
Carter.
and this is something too, that I want us to look at because I thought, and I'm just saying that we should have went through each room the other night. With this rule, it does say that the standing committees of the council are finance, governmental operations, legislative, grants, and special affairs. The council president may determine in which order they are addressed. And it does say the council president. It doesn't say the council president, or in the absence of the president, the vice president can. But it does say that the vice president can act as, you know, as far as the president up at the top in Rule 3.2. So there are some changes that we need to make so that we can all be clear about these rules.
If I may, and I'll wrap this up. I'm glad, Winfrey Carter, I'm glad you found the relevant section of the order of standing committees. Is it really a big deal? Yes, I can tell you. Because if no meeting is gone in the same room with the vice president, no meeting is going on. She can act as the president. You had to earn governmental rights. It had went in order. Finance, government, the next one I already be legislative. When you adjourn governmental rights, no meeting going on. Ms. Herkenroth there, she can't act as president between meetings and we in the same room. I'm already knowing what's happening. And then when I see grants called to order out of order, oh, I was acting that we were in the same room. Poppycock. Ain't no going on. You ain't the president. You in the same room as me. Ain't no meeting going on. Cut that crap out, Ms. Herkenroth. Not only have I got the inkling how you act when I'm in the same room in between meetings, I've been watching and listening to you for 3, 4, 5 months. So I'm just putting you on notice and on blast. And Miss Priestley, y'all jump all over me with these.
Point of
rules.
information.
Yeah.
Can you explain what you mean when you say you're putting me on notice? I'm not with that. Perhaps it's cultural.
I don't have to explain it, but if you don't know what I mean by putting you on notice to tell people you the acting president when I'm in the same room, then you don't understand a lot. See, Miss Priestley, I'm used to folks. There's certain folks I won't get on the elevator with, and you one of them. Because I done listened to you say some stuff that wasn't true about, he said this in my, and Kate do that like they scared of me. White women clutching their purse because I'm on the elevator. What do you mean putting you on notice? I'm You ain't the president when I'm in the same room and we in between meetings. How more clear can I make it than that? So I don't like all this talk. No, even when I'm in a hostile work environment, I don't even, I'm scared of y'all. Hell, I don't want to be around y'all by myself. I'm used to how you operate. Can you tell me what that means? You don't know what it means when I say put you on blast or put you on notice? If you trying to make it seem like a black man saying something to you wrong, I don't believe you have the right to say you act as president. I'm in the same room in between meetings. Period. And when I go back and look at the tape, I bet you y'all gonna say you had called a meeting order and I wasn't here and you was acting as president. I'm looking at it. You called Grant's the order and you tried to say I can change the order. You cannot. Now, if you don't know what putting on notice or blast means, I'll get staff to write a letter and use dictionary words. But don't try that on me. I'm a black man. Can you verify? I don't even want to be around you by myself. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, that goes to the vote on the motion to move resolution 220145 to special affairs. Roll call, please.
Ms. Winfrey?
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hookenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The motion passes. The chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I make motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Is there a second? on
Madam
motion?
Chair,
Ms.
I
Hart.
second that.
My heart almost stopped for a minute. It's been moved and properly supported. Please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hookenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to adjourn.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. We are adjourned at 11:14 p.m.
Spend a lot of time just arguing and fussing about stuff that really doesn't matter. It's like. Just something like this. Let people just say what you gotta say, let them run their time off.
And that's what I said in my interview list. We don't argue. Change that there.
Yes, so they can say.
You don't want, this is what it is, okay? And everybody does.
In this room, 9 members of the city.
They make- they can't- and they-
In this room,
You're right, we did. We did. I'm not saying that we didn't. We did some of that. We also did some, we got rid of some rules. We got rid of them. I mean, the only thing now is we gotta be able to.
Yeah, I'm okay. I would do. No, I got a thing going on. It was, yes, I like that. I know. And I don't like, and I need.
Okay. Oh. I took a film maybe because my first person. Bye. So it's not in the right spot. Yeah. But it's dead. Well, I've been defensive since. I got you.